we'll try for a kinder, gentler stream today. We're going to continue the painting that I was supposed to do yesterday. This time it's on 16 by 20 canvas panel. As you notice, I'm backboardless. I do have another backboard, but it was I'm going to purpose that for something else. So I'm going to have to buy a separate backboard for this, so you don't see what's going on out there. I got the camera. I got the camera on automatic focus, so you're going to see it blur in and out depending on how close I am to the camera. Right now it just sees my gray beard, so we'll see what happens with that. I primed this with black, white, and a little bit of cobalt blue, so we got this bluey gray stuff going on. Okay, it just makes things easier to see when I sketch out whatever I sketch out on chalk pencil. All right, but like I said, you're gonna see the camera blur in and out. All right, well, this is a camcorder, so the adjustment's kind of funny with this one, because I have to flip the screen around and look at it from the back to do the adjustments, which is a lot of guesswork. So it's just easier for me to keep it on automatic focus. So once again, it might blur in and out until I start putting stuff on here, which helps the camera focus a little bit better. All right, we have a whole midriff of colors this time. We got our dark brown, our dark blue, light blue, green, yellow, red, and white. Okay, I won't go through all the technical names and terms of them. You guys pretty much know I use burnt umber and a lot of the CAD colors or whatever. These are all Charcoal paints with the exception of the titanium white. All right. Okay. The reason why I taped this is because I want all the glycerin to be pretty much up here from the sky and clouds. I don't know how much of the sky and clouds you're going to see when I put the giant trees in there, because this is a woodland scene, so it's going to be a lot of trees. All right. But we have a path here, and a path here. So it looks like a road as of right now, until we start putting things in here that will adjust your perspective and the way you, it will adjust the sense of scale, is what I'm trying to say. All right, but there's nothing in here to really give it a sense of scale yet, tree-wise, because there's no trees there. They come later. No, this won't be taking selfies. It's a camcorder, so it will consistently stay on. As long as it's got power, it's going to stay on. And it's designed to take film, take movies. Cameras aren't really designed, older cameras especially, weren't really designed to take movies, to take video. That's why it would stop at 30 minutes or under 30 minutes, and it would snap a picture. Okay. A camcorder is not like that. A camcorder is more or less made for taking video. So that's why I have the camcorder on. And this is not the camcorder I usually use. This is the number 2 camcorder. The number 2 camcorder used to be there. That's the old number 1 camcorder. So I'm just trying it out because of video quality and whatnot. But this is an interlaced camera also. It's an older camera. When I say interlaced, it's like when I put my hand there, if I wave it a certain way, you'll see horizontal lines, like now. It depends on how good what you're viewing me on. If you view me on the TV, you'll see it. If you view me on a PC, you'll probably see it. But on a phone, you might not see it as much. If I move my hand a certain way, all right, you'll see these little lines going across. That's an interlaced camera where the video's like this. Okay, non-interlaced cameras, the picture is smaller pixels and they pack them together and it's a very sharp, crisp picture. But that's the difference between the interlaced camera and a non-interlaced camera. Okay, so if you ever see something that says 720 and you got the small letter I, or 1020 with the small letter I, that means your resolution is 1020 or 720 dots per inch interlaced like this. All right. But if you see 1020 or 720 without no letter, it's non-interlaced. So it's just technical photography mumble jumble. All right. All right. Okay, let's get on with it. We'll take a little bit of glycerin here, and it'll just be up on the top. If the so-called tree line, see, I told you the camera's going to go in and out on you. You'll see this stuff disappear a little bit, but that's okay. It's just the tree line. During this scene, we're going to talk about aerial perspective and linear perspective. Right now, we're going to work on the aerial perspective part. As you see, vegetable glycerin is very reflective, as you can see. All right. Now, me coating this with paint, it keeps the glycerin pretty much on top of the board. It doesn't absorb as quick. And once again, very little bit of this stuff will do you lovely. Don't put too much on. I'll just get a little bit of white. I'll just use this brush. It's best to use this brush. And we'll put some of this white down here. It'll make the tree line disappear. We will recover some of this. And the clouds are really, what's going on back here is really secondary. Because once again, there's going to be trees and stuff covering all of this. So once again, it's just secondary stuff. And I'm going below the tree line. You're going to need that to relay a little bit of realism that there's going to be sky. The trees won't cover all of the sky, is what I'm trying to say. We'll take a little bit of sky blue, the lighter sky blue. We'll just get a little bit of it here. We're going to come here and we're going to cover up that white with this sky blue. Once again, it's okay if you end up making the tree line disappear. I know where it is. And if you do something like this, you're going to know where your tree line is. And you'll see a little bit of it as the paint dries, so don't worry about that. It's okay. The reason why I know you gotta go to your meeting. I know I lost my train of thought. I'll catch up with it. Hold on. Oh, the neutral gray. It just accepts all colors. All right. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, so we got a little bit of that happening. We'll go to our darker blue. We'll get a little darker blue up on top here. Just like that. Don't worry about down below. We're just gonna really pay attention to what's up top, and then we'll bring it down below. Okay. Now that I have it like that, I do have blue on my brush. I'll just wipe it off on my towel, because we'll just blend both of these together. We just go right towards the edge and marry them both together, and they'll fade into each other. Just a little bit of that blue. It's a strong blue. Just a little bit, and you just fade it into the white. Wipe off your brush, and you continue to blend it. Now I'll go back into the lighter blue, and I go up into the darker blue. I'll wipe off my brush. We're going to do it again. Go into the lighter blue, and you wipe it up into the darker blue. You just wipe back and forth. If you don't want to use a heavier brush like this, you don't necessarily have to. I go really light with the brush strokes. Just nicely blend it all in. Like that. Okay. Yeah, it has autofocus, so As I'm talking, if it blends in and out, that's because my hand's in front of it. There's a lot of motion going on, so it might vibrate the autofocus. On this particular camera, for me to adjust that, I had to flip the camera around. It's a lot of work to do it, so it's just easier for me to just use the autofocus and let it blend in and out. It won't do it consistently, but yeah, it will do it. The more stuff that's on here as colors, something for the camera to catch, it'll pretty much stay there. All right. All right. I'm good there. Okay. Let me use a brush that I don't commonly use too much anymore. I'll use a 1-inch brush. This brush is the old Ross brush. Got plenty of hairs up there. All right. I really should use this brush more often, and I don't. Because, you know, once you discover different ways to do certain things, you won't need certain brushes. And that's the only reason why I don't use this brush anymore. But we'll do our rolling clouds. Okay. Something like that. Roll them in there. Now the glycerin to keep it wet and stuff like that for a little while. So I can do stuff like this and just let it do what it does. It's all right. I'll go down below here and bring some up there. Like that. And I can lightly, same brush, just lightly with the edges. I'm not concerned about underneath. It's more like this stuff up here. I'll trail it around. Right. It's just me wisping the edges, make the clouds look a little interesting, like some turbulence going on up there. The more you blend, or the more you move your brush around, the more it blends. And you can blend them any which way you want. So you can use a giant brush like this and do gentle blending. I can fade some of this. Okay. And I can take the same brush, just lighter stroke, and just softly blend it all in. So with the same stiff-haired brush, you can be very gentle with it. And just lighten your strokes. Very light. And you can smooth all of this out. Same brush. The more you blend, the more it blends into its background. All right. So it depends on what you're looking for, what you want. I can still see little shades of the previous colors or the pencil marks. I can still see them. I'll bring some of that out a little bit, curl it around. I'll stir this around here a little more. Once again, it's just smoothing out some things. Okay, you're not going to see very many of these clouds forming. Some of the trailing stuff, if you don't want it, you can just blend it out. Really up to you. But how quickly you can get those clouds done. This is just a 1-inch wide brush. Right? There you go. Clouds. So, but as you can see, it's not gonna pulsate as much now. It got something to fix itself on. All right. Now the tree line will be all up in here. Come down, comes up here. You're gonna fix it to any way you want. All right. But all of this you see here is really just the tree line. All this area is all tree. And the trees will be somewhat close to the color of the clouds because I want to give a sense of distance. Okay, all this down here doesn't matter. All of this here, it doesn't matter. It's going to be all covered over and blended over, so none of that really, it's no big deal. I'll keep this brush around. I'll just put it here. All right, we're going to get to doing the tree line. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to use a sponge. I'm going to wet the sponge this time. I usually use a dry sponge, but I'll just wet it. I'm going to mix a color. I'll use a small palette knife. I'll mix a in-betweenish type of color. A little bit of both blues here. I think you guys can see this somewhat. Okay. A little touch of white in it, just to lighten it up. I still want it darker than the clouds. Once again, it's just to give a sense of distance, that's all. I'm hoping I have enough of this. We'll see. If not, I can somewhat make some more if I run out. The most important thing about doing the cloud or doing the background trees is the tree line itself. Okay. I'm hoping I got enough of this mix. It doesn't look like I do. I can tell already. All right. But we'll get the initial. No, no way. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. I'm gonna have to really. I want to try to use Chocola stuff, so it's down here. I don't have anywhere ready to put this big tray. I'll just put it right here. I don't have anywhere to put this. In case I need any more, I'll just set it right here for now. All right, back to the, let's get some more blue, a little dark blue. We're just gonna make a larger batch of this color. Now this paint has a lot of glycerin in it, to which I'm not really a big fan of. I'd rather kind of use my own glycerin, but we'll work with it because I just want to get rid of the paints. They're just gonna stick around and not do anything because I don't really have much use for this particular brand of paint, but it does make good background colors or whatever if I wanted to do a floral. But right now I'm just tired of looking at the box, so I just want to get rid of the stuff. All right, so we have another mix here, a little thicker mix. And we're gonna do it again. A thicker mix of paint. There we go. That's a lot better. I'll sit back and you'll see that I want an outside, which is important to me, is the shape of the trees on the outside. All right. I have to glance. Let's get some more. Like I said, this paint's kind of, as far as acrylic paint's concerned, it's kind of greasy, which I'm not really a big fan of. Go above your tree line a little bit. You're gonna have to, so you don't see too much of the black. This greasy stuff, kind of a headache. But we're gonna work it out. So I'll press a little harder. All right, but I just really want a tree line like so. And what's also attributing to the to it not grabbing on very well is the ironically, it is the glycerin. Because as you see, without the glycerin, you see how how much solid it's becoming down there. But it's okay. Once again, we'll work it out. I'm gonna have to gather some more colors. Now I can rub it on there like that, but then you kill your no texture when you do it that way. All right. And plus, this is a great opportunity for me to get rid of this tube of paint, so it's all right. It's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. I'll grab a big chunk of this light blue. Get some more of the phthalo-ish color. Mix it in there. Now, if I make too much, it's all right. I can mix this blue into something else so I don't totally waste the paint. A little touch of white in there. Larger touch of white because I have more paint. And we mix it in. So I'm keeping the trees pretty much the color of the sky. Once it just gives us a sense of distance. Okay, that's a nice big lava paint there. Now I can work with all of that. And so I'll just dab back into it again. Okay. And we'll come back up here. And we'll just add the tree texture. Now that I have enough paint to do it. All of this bouncing around, all this texture, it makes a difference. If you see my head in front of the camera, it's because glycerin is very reflective, so it's tough for me to see it at certain angles. So you can see on the upper right hand how much I'm leaning just to see this the stuff. Yeah, it's finicky. Yeah, it was free. I'm going back up into the glisten area. It's thicker paint, so I can press a little more. Right down in here. We can get it a little darker. I might not want it though. I have to allow this stuff to dry so I can put the fog in there. So we're gonna have some mist going on in here, so we have to let it dry. All right, we're good here. Uh, all right, okay, that's pretty good. Once again, I'm not gonna put too much time in it. It's background stuff, as long as you get it looking right. All right. And it's another thing too, you really gotta clean off this sponge. So if you think you're gonna have clean hands after this, you won't. Okay. And I do have, like I said, this large beach towel, and I just rolled the sponge on the beach towel. I've had these. I had these for a minute, and this was part of a bigger one, so I just took it and I cut it so it can be manageable for me. All right. Okay. So we have our background stuff, our background trees. and whatnot. And I have to wait for it to dry a little bit because this particular paint, like I said, is kind of greasy. So I gotta wait a little bit. As I am waiting, I will do that. And it's just because I'm waiting, I'm a little impatient. We're gonna use this same color. We're gonna darken it just a wee bit. I'll use some of this blue here, or what's left of it. I'll use it. Now I got the other colors right here on top of my paper bath bucket. I'm looking. I still want it heavily on the blue side. Don't think I'm gonna put much white there. And I don't see it as enough change. I'm gonna use a slight touch of brown in it, very small amount, just to deepen the color, just a touch. The brown will gray it out a little bit, make it a little deeper. I just want a slight color change. That's all. So I'll throw some pine trees in there. That's deep enough. That's a good mix. All right. What slides around the palette? The what's sliding around the palette? Is it the acrylic paint you're talking about? I need to be a little more specific. Yeah. Well, you guys raved about the gouache, and I haven't asked about the gouache. I've seen both of you use the gouache. It seemed to do you guys pretty good. I'm gonna use a fan brush. And remember when I did the thinner trees? Well, I'm gonna do that here too. Okay. I'll slightly darker than the deciduous stuff. This time I can use a rubber brush. I had to sacrifice one of my paint holders. We'll throw in some. Uh-oh, maybe not. It's starting to dry. I can't complain. Good. Actually, that's good news. So let's do it this way. Let's see if I can get a mark here. Nope. Nice. All right. That's fine too. I bet you to cut through with this. Let's just give us a little. Yeah, it will. Okay, I'll put some up here like that. They're far away things. Even though a lot of this will be covered, it's okay. Now, because the line it's making is so thin, you can actually bring them closer together. It's all good. Some of it you'll see, some of it you will not. You guys can see this better than I can, believe it or not. I can't see it from my vantage point, but you can. So I'm kind of going by the seat of my little pants here, doing these. I can't see it, but if I look up at the TV, I see where I'm aiming at. Okay, but I can't see it. Just light stuff. Just bear with the focus. Like I say, I'm in front of it. I'm just interrupting the flow of this poor camera, which is why I'm not a big fan of autofocus. Okay, let's go and make some tall pine trees. We're just gonna get the tip of the brush here. And remember, these are just far away trees. All right. And I'll make some a little taller, like this. Okay. And I'll use just the top, the edge of the fan brush because I want them a little slender. Just something like that. And because they're kind of shaped like this and they're pretty fairly thin, you see I can add them any which way I want. Just like that. This will look a lot better the more stuff we're going to put into it. And as you see, though it's dark, all right, it's still pretty much matching with the background. Okay. Every tree doesn't have to be like 90 feet high. Give it different variations of height. All right. I have to wait for this to dry a little bit so I can add the mist. If I know I'm running out of paint, I'll just grab some more paint. It's a different feel and texture when you're working on board than watercolor paper, obviously. Yeah. The gouache I did have is the gouache I used to paint your barn scene, which I have hanging up on my wall, actually. Once again, it's difficult for me to see it. And it doesn't matter if I don't do these all the way or make them as tall because other trees, once again, will be placed in front of these guys. I will put something of height up there. I can't see it. And I'm running out of that other color. And as you can see, the canvas will move now that I don't have that backing board. But I would have to, once again, have to buy another backing board separate. I do have another backing board to place here. It fits, same size. I just don't want to use it for that because I know I'll destroy it with the paint. And I need this to be, I need my other backing board to be a little more pure of paint because I'm going to use that backing board to draw the comic that should have been done months ago that I haven't even started on yet. I've never been this lazy with a comic book before. I guess I'm just not ready. These hog hair brushes are excellent, but you definitely got to keep up with them. You got to rinse them out and take care of them. Okay, this one's still good. It's still, the center of it is a little rough, so I may have to buy another batch of these hog's hair brushes. So I must have at one time just forgot about it, rinsing it out. So it's stiff in the center, but the sides are fine, but it's still manageable. But every once in a while it happens, you just end up with, buying a new brush. All right, anyway, enough of that. I have to wait for this to dry. So I can put some mist in there and whatnot. So it has to, just quite simply gotta wait for it to dry. It is a lot warmer in this room. It's at 80 degrees, so it will dry, which is a lot better than 66 degrees I believe I had this room was before, but it was like negative 17 degrees outside. And this is not an insulated area, so all that cold air, and I'm right above the basement's huge, so I'm right above the basement, and um, it's not insulated on the floor. So yeah, when it's that cold air just comes right up through the floor. So it was all right. It was fine, but it was noticeably a little cooler. And since I take blood thinners, that's not a good thing. Because what I usually shrug off when I was younger and before I was on meds, it really affects me now. So right now at 80 degrees, I feel great, even though it's 80 degrees. All right, so we have two different varieties of trees. Without even using the mist, you can still see a little bit of distance, even as is. But they're still in the background. And when I put the layer of color for the groundwork and the path, all right, everything else, these will appear further and further back. All right. Once again, I'm not really highly concerned about it being more defined than this because they're all background objects. All right. What's going to be important is making it look like Misty Woodlands. So you're going to have different sizes of trees in here, a lot of trees. And then we're going to get to, once again, aerial perspective and linear perspective at the same time. Because now you have to relay distance, but using the trees. Because we're pretty much ground level. And this was a request of Mist in the Woodlands. And there was something else. Mist in the Woodlands. I'm trying to find it up here. There it is. Natural path in the forest. Since I'm doing that, I can mark it off. Mist in the Woodlands. I don't even know why I got two versions of this. I can't wipe it off it. Yes, I can. That's not wiping it off hard enough. It's one of those boards that are made out of plastic or something like that. And you just wipe it off with like a wet napkin or something. Oh, dirt road with trees. All right, well, path, road, same thing. Okay. So mist and woodland. Oh, there it is, natural path and forest. So I'm knocking off three at the same time. All right, no problem. And so I mark it off so I don't end up painting same subjects twice when I can knock off a few at the same time. Is there anybody else? Nobody else is talking. I usually have to reboot redo my live chat. No, nobody's saying anything. All right. The reason why I ask you guys for questions and stuff is because if I got a lot of dead time, it's just me sitting here. Okay. I see some of it starting to somewhat dry. Now, when I paint the mist is going to be pretty much a very, very, very light version of this blue. Because now with the mist, you're going to have to relay distance with the mist. So now mist is just atmosphere. And as we get closer to it, it just packs up more and more. So it will be a slightly bluish green mist. Very light, just going around. I'll probably have it a little higher here and closer towards the tape, towards the ground there. Okay. Which will bring everything back. All right. Now I'm seeing something that when you have too much glycerin, it usually happens. You guys don't see it, but I'm looking right at it. That is starting to break apart. It's starting to break apart up here. on the edge. Now it's starting to break apart in between the clouds and such. Can that be corrected? Yes, it can. Once again, you guys don't really see it. I'm trying to use brushes that maybe you guys could get a hold of to use. And I see it here, and I'm going to take my very, very soft-haired brush, very soft, and I will go in very light circles, and I'll just blend it back. Very light circle. Don't rush this, because you really don't want to destroy your clouds or the delicate, striations of your clouds. But press just enough to get it to move, get the paint to move, and you just spread it around, and that's it. Okay. And it will most likely not corrugate. It'll just dry. All right. And that's just a result of having a little bit too much of it on there. But a very, 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 very soft brush will do that for you. You just blend it right out. And then that's that. All right. I can see it starting to dry. All right. Just a nice little spot in there. I won't put the mist that high because it's in the cloud area. But I'll put it, as long as it's a little bit below this back tree line. You have to be strategic on where you place your mist. So it'll probably be midway with the tallest tree and then down below. All right. You don't know if it's novice things. You haven't asked. All right. I know that you are working, Sonia. We don't want you to get fired. And yes, I seen Bruce this morning. I didn't. I just had him on the screen, on the big screen, and I think you mentioned something about your boss wanted to talk to you every time the stream goes live or something like that. But I was listening. Well, besides the focus, has everything else been fine? And I know you guys can hear me. I'm looking at the mic levels, and it seems to be all right. I probably can do to probably have it a little bit higher, but I think it's fine. Yeah, I don't. That's a bad delay. Let's see if I can kind of push that delay up a little bit. All right. Maybe I did it. Maybe I didn't. I'll find out. See how long it takes. Nah, that's still way behind. I mean, way behind. Let's see if I do it that way. I'll find out. Ah, gotcha. Listen, if you're able to multitask and it's not interrupting the progress of work, I don't really think he gives a rip. So I think you're all right. The colors are more distinct. Yeah, the grade it does that. You don't necessarily when you um add a little bit of primer or whatever to your gesso and primer, same stuff. Sealing paint and gesso, they're the same thing. All right. So when you go to the hardware store and you see sealing paint, it's most likely cheaper. You get it in a larger volume of it. Sealing paint and gesso, same thing. Okay, same thing. And you can put colors in gesso. And so I just happen to put um, cobalt blue into the gray mix, which gives me this version of gray. Okay, but if there's blue in it, now for you guys, it's just gray, but it's not. It's I can tell because I mixed it, but it's got blue in there. Okay. Well, hell, you got it made. I wouldn't leave there just for that fact. Well, that's cool. Well, it's nice to have a job like that. Hell, I ain't mad at you. Yeah, Fatima, ceiling paint and gesso are they're the same thing. So you can buy a large uh, can or whatever of gesso, ceiling paint, and use that instead of spending all that money for the same product. It's the same thing. Yeah. There's a painter. His name is Mural Joe. Murl or Al. Mural Joe, and he uses latex paint to do extremely incredible artwork because he paints murals. Very rarely does he paint on this stuff because he paints on gigantic walls and ceilings and stuff like that. So he doesn't use obviously acrylic or oil paint. He uses latex paint, but it's the same concept, same theory, same everything. He just the medium he uses is house paint. Okay, and even when he does paint on canvas, guess what he uses? House paint. And he does every color mix you can imagine. All right. So I see that they're talking about the Grammys. I didn't watch the Grammys. I didn't. I don't care about the Grammys. It doesn't move me. I really don't care. My generation of artists are dead or they're dying, so it really means nothing to me. Anyway, let's see. I really don't even want to hear this, but I'm sitting here and I can't really move. I mean, I can't move to change the channel, but I'm not going to. I'm still waiting for this to totally dry because once I do the mist, I don't really want to smear paint, which is why I'm just sitting here right now. Um, I was gonna mention something else. Um, oh, I was gonna tell you about a lady from Massachusetts. She comes on here every once in a while. But her name is Deborah. You guys call her Dee Dee. And she's seen a tutorial. I've seen the same tutorial. I got a video of it somewhere, but this person did a mural with scotch tape and made these weird designs. But she did it over in this room, and she did it with a giant brush or whatever. And the way she did it and the way she painted it, when she peeled off the tape, it made this fantastic pattern all over the room with the shading line. It was incredible. And so Dee Dee did the same exact thing the lady did. So one of her rooms is designed like that. And she did a magnificent job of it. It was great. Oh, that's right. That's right. The Grammys. This one was special because they invited all the hip hop acts because they usually snub them. That's right. That's right. They did have all of my generation rap stars and stuff come back. That's right. I forgot about that. That was the significance of the Grammys. Because once again, they usually snub them. They don't get rarely any awards or any credit for anything. They used to just ignore them. That's right. I forgot about that. Okay. I think I've regaled you enough with boredom. Let's take a very small, very soft haired, I'll put it down here. You see this? Okay, so we'll take this. We're gonna go into our white, obviously. I'll wipe some of that off. And I don't have any blue, but that's fine because I got it here. I'm gonna use these this is cobalt, their version of cobalt blue anyway. I'll put a little dot of it right there. We don't need too much of that. Now in painting mist, get a little bit of cobalt blue, put it in there. And we're gonna color up what I just done, color up the white very softly. Now with this camera, obviously I can zoom in. All right, now this camera zooms in at like 400 miles an hour. I gotta be very gentle. I'll fill it up here. All right, we're good here. All right, and it keeps its focus so I don't have to deal with that. All right, it's a dry brush thing. I'll leave this alone. I'll go down here on the bottom very lightly. You see that color coming through? See that light color? That's what we're looking for in this completely dry brush. Meaning that I'll get the paint, right? Mix it. And mix it really hard. Like, and very, very light. Don't make it, don't press too hard on this stuff. Turn my brush around and just rub the white or this fog misty color. Gently rub it off of the brush. Okay. You're going to do this a lot. Once again, this is a technique you don't want to rush. Okay. And as you can see with the camera, you can see the effects of it very lightly, very light. You get some patches are heavier than others, of course. And I really want it, if anything, I want it to be prevalent down on the bottom. Okay. Especially where the tape starts in, where the tape ends or starts, depending on how you look at things. And I'm going to do a little bit at a time. You might want to chomp at the bit and just do a lot at once. Do not do that. That's how you ruin it. Okay. Now, here, let's go up here a little bit. Very, very lightly. See? Go across a few of the trees. You want it enough to see it. Like that. All right. Which kind of evens up that little hill portion there. Like that. Very, even though it's mist, be deliberate with it, be very directional with it. We'll come here in the middle. I'm spinning the brush around as I'm doing this. And I'm looking at the camera or the television screen up there. So I know where the hell I'm going. Because I can't see it. With this light glaring on that one side. Very lightly. Okay. You do it. Right down here on the bottom is where I kind of want it prevalent the most. Alright. And move it around. That's especially from the bottom going upward. And you don't have to press real hard. Because once again, it's just a dry brush. I'm spinning my brush around as I do it. It's just a makeup brush. Walmart makeup brush, nothing special. Right to its edge there. And I'm looking at what I'm doing. I can still see a little bit of the background there. Even though a lot of this is going to be covered, you have to paint it like it's not going to be covered at all. You follow me? I have to be careful up here. Still keep it kind of straight. You can stray a little bit, of course. It is mist after all. And if you do stray, the top and the bottom portion, you missed it out a little bit. Now I can go a little brighter up here to make it at least seen a little more like that. All right, there. But once again, you just gotta wait for some of this to dry. All right. Now I really don't need much more than what you're looking at right there. That's more than enough mist for that particular area. All right. One of the advantages of a camcorder is that I can zoom in like that, and it'll still stay in focus for you. That's funny. NASCAR and rappers. Think about that for a second. How times have changed. Anyway, I mean, you know what? The PBS had 2 Chainz on what's the name of that program? It's been on for years. Um, I can't think of the name of that program. Austin City Limits. That's what it is. Yeah, 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz and somebody else, very popular rappers. They had them on Austin City Limits. Mary J. Blige, Austin City Limits. Times have changed. All right. Anyway, enough reflecting. Let's get on with this. I'm going to take this very carefully, if I can, and bring it upward. Let's slide that back here. That should be somewhat okay. All right. Let's peel this off because I don't have to deal with this anymore. This is complete. All right. So we'll lightly peel that away. All right. Now that you see most of the rest of the scenery, there's no glycerin. Doesn't need to have any glycerin on this part. All right. Mary J. Yeah, she is. Once again, I really don't get much into it. Never, hardly ever did. I know who she is just through longevity. She's been there for a minute. I remember when she started, along with a lot of other ones. Hell, they're like either a little older than I am or our age, period. So, they've been around for quite some time now. It's going around the 30-year mark for some of them. I keep popping this thing off. You know what? Maybe I should just keep it more on one side than the other. I put this thing on the center to where normally it should be, but I keep knocking it off because it's right by my elbow. All right. What I should do with the lapel is it should actually go up under my shirt, and that would end all of that. Okay, so we're gonna go on to painting the background. Once again, now we're getting into linear slash aerial perspective because each one of these mounds have to be a different color. All right. Obviously, it's going to be darker than what you see back here, but light enough so we can have lighter, darker, and darker yet. But when we get to this, now you got to play around with, because this is all one plane here. Okay. But now you still got to get with different variations, different hues of that deeper color, because this plane is huge and it's stretching a little, back a little bit, even though these guys are clearly hill after hill. Okay, but we're gonna get through it. I'll show you. And the color that I'm putting down for these is just laying down blocks of color. That's all. All right. All right. I'll use a synthetic 1-inch flat brush for it. Okay. Will I use glycerin? No. I'll just use water because once again, it just dries faster. We'll just bring that green here. I'll mix a little bit of that blue into that green like this. We'll just mix it up a bit. Get some water. All right. So I'm looking at this as a first color. I'll lighten it up just a slight tad. A little bit of this white in there. Okay, that'll work. A little more water. Loosen it up. And once again, this is just me blocking in color. Okay. It's with intensity. It's deeper than I'll start from here. It's deeper than what you see. Now, when I put this color on right here below that fog line, the fog line will now appear to be further back now that I got this green here. All right. And things will start to travel and look further back the more color I put on here. Okay. Something like that. And then we'll come down. Here's the path. The path is right there. I'll keep the path relatively gray for right now. I'm not really concerned about that. It's just blocking in this stuff. Here, block it in here, block it in down there, keep it with one color. And once again, it's just me blocking in. Okay. No glycerin or anything on the board, it's just wet on dry. Because once again, it's just blocking it in. I don't have to do no more than that. It's just, once again, I'm just blocking this stuff in. Okay. All right, we'll take the same green, of course. We're going to use just a slight touch of, I should be wise and use blue. So I'll use, I use that, Stalo. We'll put it right here. I don't need too much of it right now at this point. Not yet. So a little bit of this phthalo into this green, deepen the green a little bit. Don't need too much of it either. I think this will be fine. I don't believe I need to deepen it. You'll see the color change immediately. Right up in here. And once again, I'm just blocking all of this. All right. And you're going to see there. All right. Now, if you take your color and you go into the path a little bit, or you go into the other hill a little bit, don't panic. You're okay still, because you can always do corrections and all of that at this stage. So don't worry about that. You're okay. Don't worry. Even though it's that little bitty patch of darker green or whatever, it's all right. Okay, even though it's that little bit right there, you're fine. You're fine. Now, because we're still relaying distance, okay, so even though this is darker than what you see here, it's, well, you'll understand it once I cover all of this. This will set all that back. Okay, now for this batch of green, I'll use, I'll use, there's two ways I can do it. I can either use brown or I can use red. So I'll use a little touch of red. I'm gonna need a lot more than that. I don't know why I'm playing. Let's just put it all in there and get some red and put it up in there. And look at the color difference here. See, that might be a little drastic, but it's gonna drive home the point that we're up front here. All right, let's get some water. Plenty of it here. All right, we got quite a bit of area to cover here. So I'll use this. Now watch the difference here. Using red in that green. See this? Same base color of green, but I've just added brown, or excuse me, I just added blue in one and red in the other. But it's the same base color of green. But look at the depth of color you're getting. All right, we'll block all of this in, and once again, I'm just blocking in color because maybe you get tired of looking at all that gray, so just block it in. Block it right in. I'm not concerned about the path. We'll get to the path later. Right now, it's just blocking in all of this. Color block it in. And it helps you see how your painting is going to progress at this stage also. All right. All right. We have a much larger area over there on the right hand side. I'm hoping to be able to cover it. I should, in theory, but we're gonna see. Okay. We'll come from right here. Turn the paint around. Turn the brush around rather. If you go up a little bit past your little mountain line, that's fine too. There's no rule really to say the other directly stay in stay in this line. Now I'm just trying my best to stay within the border of the path there. All right. And I'm really pressing this paint off of the brush. Okay. Let's wipe up the rest of this stuff here. Like I said, I don't know if I even have enough to cover it. If not, I'll make some more. It's not the end of the world. It's no big deal. Again, I'm just blocking this stuff in. All right. It looks like I don't have enough yet at this point in time, but I'll make up some more of this. Okay. I clearly don't have enough, but it's all right. We're gonna make some more right now. I don't need really too much more. I'm just blocking in this mess. And I do know what colors I've used, so it's no big deal. There we go. Put it back in there. No big deal. Just put it in there. Just like so. And once again, like I said, this is This particular paint got that glycerin in it, and it makes it kind of gooey and you know a little greasy-ish. And it's okay. Sorry, we'll work. Like I say, we'll work with it. And I'm only blocking in things here. Okay, there you go. Block it right in, and give it a second or two. Let it dry. I don't really have to blend anything into this. Let it all mix and just dry all by its lonesome. Okay. You want is the overall color tone of it. All right. So now you have. Here, let me do this. Let me show you something. While I'm blocking this in, I'm using brown now into this green. Okay, I'm doing this on purpose. So now, let's say you want to establish, hey, Mary, how are you? You want to establish a little bit of depth, even in this stage. Okay, so you want to kind of get some deepness in places. And you can establish that right now. Just a little bit of brown in that green. Okay. And you can establish where you want your perceived bits of shadow or whatnot. All right. And you're just kind of masking a little bit where you want some of that deeper color in there. And just a little bit of that brown. You give a little hint of where you want stuff shadowed in a little bit more. All right. So now you can see. See, you see a gentle difference there. It's very slight, but you can see it. Okay, you can see it. I'm getting rid of my Chocola paints here in the sneakiest way I know how. Mary. Okay, right here, all up in here. See, you got it all deep in here. I'll pop a little water in there, loosen it up, and try to get some of this. Maybe up around in here a little bit. So it's just deeper here in this quarter. Okay, like that. Well, you see the differences here? One, you get all of this because you're very close here. A little further away here and really further away out there. All right. Okay. Our mist back there is still giving us some distance. All right. And it's also blue. It's not white. It's really blue back there. Just a light blue. But it is lighter than what you got here. Okay. But yet it's darker than what you see here. But it's still, mist. Okay. So that also plays into distance. But you see that even though you see it clear as day here, but it's still a lot bluer. This light area, all of this is bluer than that. So your eyes is going to really readjust and say that's white. That's white, but not as white as that. Right? So I hope what I'm saying makes a little sense. Halswina, how are you? I didn't even see you up there. Hello. Yes, you were doing the early morning thing. I see that you progress with the owl. Very nice. Very nice. Now, as I'm talking to you guys, I want to show it to you guys. We're a little closer, so maybe you'll see it. I'll gently aim this up here. Okay. I know we're crooked when I bring it up here. I can set that. Even it up there. Bring it back this way. I can keep it right about That's fine. That's good. Just like that. You guys may or may not see it too well, but you know, once again, the paint's starting to break up again. Once more, it's going to keep doing that until it dries, and you just keep fading it. Okay, but it will catch up with itself. It will eventually dry. And it's just way too much glycerin up there. Okay, it's going to keep doing that until it slowly dries, and it'll stop. But as long as you're able to catch it and you see it, you know, it's all good. I wanted to show you that it does happen. Even with me, I may have put too much on. Okay. Like I said, just a dab will do you, really. But if it does do it again, if it starts to aggravate me, then I'll just add more paint to it, and that it help it dry up, and then that'll be the end of that. But that's what I wanted to show you, right? More or less. Okay, we'll go back down here again. Slowly bring it down below. Oh no, I didn't turn this. Bring that away from it. Oh, keep it back. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm trying to be very gentle with this. It's a lighter camera with the attachment, because once again, they weren't really built for stuff like this. The HDMI attachment, they're very finicky and very gentle. They're very it's picky, and so I gotta really watch myself when it comes to like that. It shut off. It'll shut off on you. But I'm sitting, so I gotta stand and do this. And since I'm over 6 feet and I'm packed in here, now when I stand and do it, it's gonna keep doing that because it's brushing up against the ring light. There. All right. Bring that down. That's the way I had it before. Back down again. All right, we're good here. So if I have to do anything else, I could just naturally zoom out. But this is where we are. I have to get up and adjust it like that because, once again, the actual HDMI attachment, they're very delicate. Each camera is different, even though this is a larger, it's a HDMI B or something like that. So it's the middle one. It's a tiny, it's a mini. I wish I had an adapter to show you. I had 3, 4 of them. They're around. Oh, here it is. I'll show it to you right here. Okay. But it's, you know, here's the regular size HDMI port. But you see that little nib? That's got to go into the camera. Okay. And so once it's plugged there, once it's plugged into the camera, all right, and then it's being jostled and moved around and bent and everything. So you have to be very careful with the nibs, because once again, they're not really designed for it. Okay, they're not designed to be all moved around like it's being moved around now. All right, they've got to be even smaller than this. And those, my most expensive camera, the one that's over $1,000, I wrecked the attachment. So I sent to get it fixed. They had to go back to Japan. They replaced it. Right. And I got it. $400 later, I got it back, and I wrecked it again. I'm not paying an extra 400 to do it. It's just gonna. And it's the best camera I got. And I destroyed it. But then the attachment is even smaller and more delicate. Once again, they're not designed for that. So it fell. The camera, it fell off. It fell off the off the stand. And when it fell off the webcaster unit, it was hooked to the webcaster unit. Perfect. The webcaster unit fell and it hung right on that little tiny USB. It just hung and swung, and the weight of it, it just destroyed it. So I didn't replace. I'm not gonna replace it again. So, but it's a great camera. It's an awesome camera, beautiful camera. But I'm not gonna send it back to Japan. Pay $400 for them to replace it twice. Maybe one day I'll just buy another camera and keep that one in here, and I would probably use that as the main #1 camera. And its battery life is incredible because I think it can last about 4 or 5 hours for one battery. I got 2 batteries for that camera because it was my main camera when I was doing video work and everything. So yes, my Jana, it hurts the wallet. Is glycerin what some call a retarder? Yes, it can be. Exactly. It just lengthens the time of the paint. You can blend and do whatever. And that's how I've done the clouds, is that I just use it as a retarder just to blend. Okay. All right. We're talking Woodland Path. All right. As you can see, I didn't do anything with that road yet. We can start though. I'll take a much smaller brush. I'll just take this little flat brush. All right. And we'll just lay out the path. We'll go into this, the hell is this? Burn umber. Burn umber. We'll come here in the green. It's all right. Take a little bit of white. We'll put it in there. We'll lighten it up a little bit. This is just titanium white. Lighten it up like that. All right. That's enough. That's cool. That'll work-ish. Maybe a little brighter. Maybe a touch brighter. We'll keep playing with it till I get what I'm looking for. That should be okay. That'll work. Okay. Let's come over here. Right here. And we just, block it in. Once again, everything I'm doing here is just blocking stuff in. Well, I gotta be careful. I'll keep my hand above it. I don't see where my head is. I'll glance. Okay, my head's not in the way. You see my glasses. As long as you see what I'm doing here, I don't care about that. If you go past the line or whatever, it's all right. It's not the end of the freaking world. You'll cover it up. It's all right. Do what the government does. Just cover it up. You're fine. Okay, just like that. All right. That little thing, don't stress yourself over that. All right, let's go a little darker right here, right in this little medium portion right here. Okay, and you'll see it. Yeah, right there. A little deeper, a little darker right there. And we'll just do a little press. All right, this is the path. Still, I just made the path wider by going over that line, but it's all right. Hashtag don't panic. Again, we're just blocking it in. It's a wee bit darker. It's all right. Just a wee bit. Once again, you have to keep in mind, it's not like you're going to see all of this. Not much of it. Right? Because you're going to have giant trees all in the way. And, this is going to be a pretty busy painting. All right. Am I going to take this little tiny brush for this? No. I'm just wiping off, just wiping off the paint there. All right. The reason why I do stuff like this is because, one, don't take it so serious. All right. Relax. Be easy. We could just take the umber. All right, let's pop it in there. Just like that. You come here, take the true umber color, and we'll sketch this out right around in here. Come around the side, just like that. No big deal. Come here. Yeah, it's like so. Put it in there. Okay. I'm showing you linear and aerial perspective at the same time right now. Okay. I'll explain. All right. Dark, medium, light. Follow. Closer, darker. Okay, further, lighter. Light, medium, dark. All right. And once again, we're just blocking stuff in. We're not even getting to the detail yet. All right. So let's look at it this way. Let's spread this out this way. Up, 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 up. All right. I really don't want it. I can move the whole unit. Well, it has to go downward. I can move the whole unit, or I can move the camera itself. So when I zoom in like that, it just depends on how far I want to do it. The further I move back, the more it really needs to go upward. So I have to keep playing with it. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, it's up enough to make my point. Okay. Dark, medium, light. All right. Light, medium, dark. Okay. So with the clouds in all of this, we got our lighter, medium, and then overall darker. All right. So we have the same concept, just larger. So if we go to the overall picture, all right, it's light, medium, and dark. As you go smaller, okay, even though it's far away, you got the darker pine trees, and you got the deciduous trees, and then you got the clouds and whatever. So it's light, medium, and dark. Okay, now you got the field or the grass, light, medium, dark, and you got the path, light, medium, dark. And you probably didn't even think of that. And that's um, the overall picture. Okay. I don't want to. Oh, God damn it! I can't do it that way. It's so awkward for me to do it like this. I forget that my hand covers the thing. All right. See, now that straightens it up. And then I have to turn it that way. I don't want to. I have to go higher. So when I zoom in, it's weird how it works. And I move the whole thing. The further I move it this way, the more it seems to straighten out. It'll come back. There, it'll come back. I gotta leave it alone. No, I'm gonna have to get up out the chair again. Okay. And then I have to move the chair. I gotta see where it's being bent at. Oh, I see what it's doing. All right. Going back in there, bro. I guess we're somewhat okay. I guess we're all right. I want to come on down like that. Oh, I see what's going on. Hold on. It's the ring light that's stopping it. All right, I'm sorry, ring light. I'm sorry, guys. Well, come on this way. Come back over here. All right. Okay. Let me show it to you this way. You guys see the edge here? This, there, and then that right there. Past the tape right there. The actual border. As long as I got it somewhat in between, see the curvature here? And then there's an extreme curvature here. If I can position it to be somewhere in the middle between those, it'll help you guys out. All right. But all I gotta do really is, am I doing it right? No, better go in. If I go in a little bit, all right, then you guys get to see most of what's going on there. All right. I try not to make all of that disappear. Since we're done up here, it really don't matter. But it's that down there. All right. So it's just a lot of adjusting. All right. All right. Yeah, I see you, Billy. Hello. I'm completing a few things at once with this painting. Um, I don't know who asked me, but it was they want a woodland scene with a lot of mist and somebody else wanted a path with all of that stuff. Okay, I should technically work on the path now. This is still a little tacky, but I can work on the details of the path. Um, and I'm debating whether I want the path to go straight across or have a little concave in it. Um, I'm debating that right now. All right. Yeah, the cameras are very. It it was very expensive to repair that camera. Um, I'm gonna take a break because I need more coffee. My coffee has turned into ice. Um, so I definitely need some coffee. Let me show you how wide this picture actually is. Because you guys really don't need to see my face. I'll have it up there for a little while, but you might get tired of looking at me. But it looks. Oh, I know my voice is far away because I took the but that's how wide the painting is. I took the lapel mic off. Okay. Now I can bring it over a wee bit, like so. I guess that works. I'm gonna keep the palette that size so you guys can see the palette. I can reduce the palette. Um, I just really never do, but I can do it. I'm trying to find the icon that helps me do that. I think it's that. See? So I can reduce the palette, as you can see. Or I can bring it back up. I think it can go larger than that. See? I just never used it. Okay, that's a little too large. We'll go back here. Yeah, we're fair up there. So you guys get to at least see the mixing of the colors. All right, but yeah, I can reduce the palette. I can actually I should just have the palette up here since that's the most important part. So we're working in this area. All right, I need more of this. Yes, it's different. It is different. The only reason why I take it and I bring it inward is is because of the camera. This is obviously placed to where my face camera would be. Okay, but I'm gonna keep this up here because we're done here. We're gonna do details. We're gonna detail the path. After we detail the path, we'll get a little bit of grass work going on. Excuse me. We're gonna get a little grass work going on in here, um, and then we'll start placing trees in here, which is going to get a little bit strategic. Okay, which is why I keep emphasizing all of what you see here might not be. It's not the most important thing in the world because we're gonna have trees covering most of it. But I want to try to position it right to where still a woodland path. Um, you're gonna have to show depth, so I don't think you're gonna see much tree tops. Okay, you might see maybe a few here, maybe, but I doubt it. It would be all up in this range here. Um, but then as the trees get closer to us, they get thicker, they get wider. It'd be these guys up here. So once again, we have to be strategic, and then we'll start doing stuff with it. All right. So thank you, RB. So yes, we're gonna pause for our station identification right about now because I definitely need to refuel. I may it's 2 o'clock. I have to feed the dog, so it might take a little while. All right. I don't have no fancy music going on. I can't tell if my computer's stuttering or not. I don't know if it's smooth enough, but I see something funky going on. But it seems to look all right on the screen. I don't have my. I don't think I got my resolution that strong on my tablet. Let's see where it's at. Yeah, it's at 480. I could change that to 720. Let's see what it looks like at 720. No, this seems to be alright. It seems to be working. My game seems to be moving around alright. I'm still checking it out. I'm looking. I guess it's alright. I suppose we're looking alright. Alright, let me take the dog out. I gotta feed her, get my coffee, blah blah blah, and you guys know the deal. So, you guys will be looking at a station break for the next few minutes. But I shall return. Okie dokie. I wanted to show you guys something before we move on. Alright, this is the camera I'm talking about. Yeah, it cost over $1,000 for this thing. It's it even hook up to the internet, this freaking thing. It's funny. It's got a little remote thing too. I don't need it, but I can hook my real remote to it. The SD card is in here. Alright. But this is the one I usually take pictures of the paintings with. Okay. It, got a battery. Like I said, the battery lasts quite a while. I got a couple different lenses for it. If I pop this open, this is the little part that costs $400. That little, look at the size of that little, the internet. And here's the HDMI port right here. That little thing right there. Okay. And here's a normal size HDMI. Okay. Obviously, it's not going to fit. All right. And now, if I turn this wire around, here's the smaller HDMI port, which is hooked to the two cameras, one there and the one back there. But as you can see, much too large still. It takes one smaller than my fingernail to fit in there. So imagine something falling and hanging off that. And that's what happened. Okay. And usually when I have this camera on, I'll put the audio in here. And the program recognizes the audio coming from here, and it works. But yeah, this guy. The Rode mic's pretty good too. When I put the, oh, that's right. I would have to take this out. I'll put it in here. All right, and it recognizes it, and it goes right from there. Okay. But yeah, this Rode mic is very powerful because I used to be able to, when I had it in the church, I could hear people downstairs with it because the doors are open downstairs, and if they're walking around or they're mumbling, I can hear them from 70 feet away. So it is a very, very, very good camera, very expensive camera, and eventually in time I will get another one of these guys. Hold on, let me, and hopefully the price will come way down. But even if it doesn't, it's worth it. It really is. But anyway, let's move on. Okay. Moody Artist, hello, how are you? Sure thing. Okay. No problem, Moody. I appreciate your coming. All right. So, as I'm looking at my funny OBS, it's giving me these funny looking, weird pixel things. It's not bad, but I can see it. But you guys don't see it, and I don't see it here on the TV. It's just the OBS, because this actual picture that you're looking at right here is zoomed in just a little bit. Okay, because when I had the other camera, all right, so I probably don't have to zoom it in as much, but it's not really affecting the quality for you guys because I'm looking at it. All right. If the ring light directed to my painting, it's actually off a bit because I can only do it so far. It's connected to it. I can probably show it to you if I loosen up this camera and duck out the way. I'll show you what it looks like. I'll loosen this up. Let me flip it around so you guys get a better shot. Okay. All right. I'll flip it around. I'll turn it up. There's my coffee. There's my computer. I'm gonna flip this around. You're gonna look at me, and I am. Am I directly in the way of the thing? Yes, I am. I'm gonna have to flip it up, and I'm gonna have to move myself out of the way. Oh my, I smeared the crap out of my own picture. But anyway, oh, let me do it this way. Can you guys see it? I moved myself out the way. There. Okay. Let me shut this light off. Okay, I shut that off. There's the ring light. And there's the camera in the ring light. Okay, you can see it clear as day. All right. Okay, the problem is that I can only turn that so far because you can barely see it. There's the screen thingy. I can't shut it because the HDMI cord cable. You guys can barely see the cable because it's right here by my, right here. All right. I'm pointing at it right there. Go the opposite way. There we go. There it is right there. Okay. So I can't fold that back. I can't flip it out. So the ring light, as you can see, no, you can't. Yeah, you can see it. You can see up above, upper left. You can see what the result is when I turn off the other light. Okay. So that's what it looks like when I turn the other light off. All right. Let's put this guy back. Oh, let's aim this back down. Down by my coffee cup right there. And then I can aim this back downward. This is on like a little knob, circular knob deal. Let's put it this way, like that. Let's tighten this back up so now I can maneuver this. All right, we're like around in here somewhere. I can turn it a little bit. That's fine. You guys can see everything there. Let's flip this back. There. Now that's what it looks like without that other light on. So obviously you don't see the glare, but it is a wee bit dark for you guys. All right. Now I have a slight delay, so I can't see what it looks like in the chat. I can only see what it looks like in OBS, and I can see what it looks like on my TV screen. Okay, now I see it. Now you don't see the path at all. All right, it's just dark, and you don't see anything. So the ring light, I can probably turn that ring light now. I can adjust the ring light. I would have to get up to do it, but I can center it. It won't make too much of a difference unless it's darker in here in the room. It's not darker in the room because it's midday here. But if I keep the camera still, all I gotta do is just hold on the camera and I can just maneuver the ring light, move the ring light, move the ring light like that. Now I got the ring light touching the wire, which is why it blanked out. So I have to move the ring light or I'll just move the camera. There. Now it should come back if I reposition the it'll come back. Let me just unplug it and plug it back in. There. All right. Now you see how much it moved. Now what I'm doing is I'm just holding the ring light still. I kind of knew it was gonna do that. It'll come back. Like I say, it's very finicky indeed. When I adjust it, I just gotta leave it alone. It'll catch back again. And if it don't, I have to just take it out and put it back in once more. There. And it always moves again. Alright, I'll just move the whole freaking unit. But this is why I don't mess with that ring light too much. Alright. I'm going to have to adjust the camera downward. Put it back here. Now it only goes so far because of the wire itself. Oh, that's right. I'm looking at the top. I should be looking at the bottom. The bottom is what we want to focus on, not the top. It's going to keep doing that. It's going to keep scooting back over towards the right. I really got to move this thing. Okay. It's being altered and turned in that direction. Once again, it'll come back. This is why I can only have it Oh, Jesus Christ, I just took the whole thing off. No wonder. Well, I just broke my, I just broke it. That's why. Oh, that's not coming back. Well, I gotta buy another one of these. I just wrecked my tip. I'm gonna show you. I'll show you down here what I just did to it. This is why I keep extras. All right, look at this. See that? See all those little threads right there? Okay, see all them little threads? Here's the casing to it right here. So the whole tip just came off here. All right, that's what happened to it. Okay, now I know why I kept cutting out. All right, which is why I have extras. Which is why I have extras. Let's put this back. Let's put this one in here. I'm fighting with the I have to turn this way so I can see what the hell I'm doing. Where are you, bro? There. All right, let's turn that back. All right, let's once again turn it, turn it, turn it. Let's go down. Oh, I know why it's doing that too. It's not. Tighten that. There. This is why I can't move that ring light too much. It'll straighten up. I'll get it straight, guys. The God dog it. This way, man. This way. Go the opposite way. All right. Okay. It's straight. But that's why I don't mess with the ring light too much. It's far enough away. If I can hold it still and just adjust the ring light, it'll keep sliding back. I see what's going on. The the um the there we go. No, I can't do anything more with that ring light because what happens is that the whole camera just slides because I don't have it tight enough, and if I do it too tight, it'll start to crack. So I can only play with it. Yeah, it is very small. But each camera is different. Now, what also providing the issue is that my wire, my HDMI cord that is attached to, is thick like a outside cable. It's very thick. It's like heavy duty, and so they're not the most flexible things in the world. Which also it produces a lot of stress on the attachment. So yeah, this is ruined. This is not coming back. That's gone. Um, but I can always get another one of these. Okay, so I'm not really too bothered by this. All right, the one part that is attached to it is broken. It's gone, and I don't really need to put this back together again. I can just toss it because I can always go and buy another one. Well, that's no big deal, so I just threw it away. It's I can just buy another one. Okay, and I will. I'll probably buy a few more of them. So yeah, the ring light is directed towards the painting. It's illuminating it right now because if I shut the ring light off, okay, you get that. All right. So yeah, it's definitely attached to the painting. Okay. But that's how dark it actually gets in here. All right. So I'll pop the ring light on. There you go. And that ring light, I can change the type of look. See, that's more blue. That's brown. And then the normal luminescence. I can even turn it. I can turn it down. See, or I can just turn it up to wherever it need to be. And that's the highest right now. So okay, that's the blue light. That's the brown light. Okay, brown light's not really too bad because it kind of accentuates certain aspects of it, and I can turn a lot of that down a little bit if I wanted, if I wanted to. All right, but then that's where the other light comes in, which I have to reach behind it and click it on, and that brightens things up a little bit more. But I can also turn off the ring light there. And see, now it's nothing but just that light doing it. Okay. But because that light is on this side, this half will produce that little white spot right there. Even though the rest, all of this is dry here. Okay, you just got that little spot there, but it is illuminating the whole painting. All right. So the lighting thing is a bit tricky. To try to get it right for everybody, to see. But as long as the main stuff is seen, okay, we're good. All right. Now it's in the 80s in here in the room. Um, this is starting to dry up here. It's getting tacky. Um, this stuff in the bottom up here in the tree area is dry. See? You can hear it. It's pretty dry here. It's just the clouds that are still wet because I can just take my hand and scrape that across it. It's still wet. All right. But that is just dependent on how much glycerin you put on there. All right. I put on plenty. I shouldn't have, but I did. But it's slowly dry. Okay. So, but I think you guys should be able to see everything. Is everything still relatively in focus? Okay. All right. So, but I do go through, those little adapters and stuff. I go through plenty of them. I just gotta remind myself I have to get more of those. Um, Let me see. My buddy Clive producing something. My brother sent me another silly ass video that I don't want to pay attention to. All right. Okay, let us move right along here. I got my coffee. I gave you guys the micro tour. Why is this back on? Oh no, it's on live chat. This is on live chat. All right, we're good. All right, if you guys can find it upon your heart to click that thumbs up button, I would appreciate it. Okay, so let's get to making some grass stuff. Since I really don't have to use, well, I can, I just won't. I'll put some more. I'll still use the phthalo green. It's all right. We'll put the phthalo green right in the same spot. We'll just put it right here. All right, we're gonna use that. I got a touch of blue there, which is cool. We still got enough brown, so we'll keep messing with it with that. I left my synthetic brush in here. Clean it off. I will continue to use brushes conducive to what I'm using. Conducive, conducive to the area. Now I can use the Bob Ross brush for some of the grass. It will probably go a little quicker. I'll probably use it. Let me see. I can probably use some of that here. I'll try with it. Now this brush, the Ross brush, does take quite a bit of paint. Okay. We'll do it with this at first. We'll try it out with this. As you see, I'm tapping it in the bristles and whatnot. All right, it kind of looks like that. I'll put it in the light area there. You guys can see it. All right, and I'll just take it. I'll just give it a little tap. Now you see the little grass patterns there. Okay. Yeah. And you can really design the grass patterns to go however you want it. Okay. The grass out here is a little far away. I'll turn the brush over. I got paint on the other side, like so. See? I'll be careful around in here. I'll just give it a little stronger push. Now I'm getting a little close to the path. I know I said I was going to do the path first. Okay, I remember saying that, and we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I promise. All right, something like that. Now, since this green isn't as dark as the other greens, I can get away with that little bit of pattern there. All right, I'll take a slight touch of yellow, a little bit, put it in there, right here. I know that seems a little much, but it's not. Okay, and let's highlight a few things. Maybe some things up in here a little bit. And maybe a little bit of that back here. Let's have a little fun around in this area here. Just little patches of color. All right, to help open that up a little bit. You see? Okay. All right. This brush might be a little large for this area. So we'll go a little smaller. I'll just wipe this color off. All right. All right. Let's take we'll take a smaller fan brush and we'll do that area. Let's add a little bit of, we'll add a little blue right here, right on top of what we have here. Okay. And we'll add a little yellow there. All right, let's see what we got here. So we'll take this little bit here, we'll come here and put a few bits of whatever in there. If it's not really super visible yet, that's okay. We can get it that way. We can get it there. I'll take maybe a touch of white this time. And we'll do it in certain spots. Because, you know, we got this little baby patch. We're right here toward the top. We'll add some of that. Just a little in there. I'll get some of those other, I don't want those to be so distracting. We'll come here and do the same thing. All right. Something like that. We will, I gotta have a, just to differentiate one hill from the other, right here. Just a little bit of something. It's just to give a little different, differentiate that a little bit there. So now you see that a little more. Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to go back to the wider brush. I see nobody's talking again, but that's okay. That's okay. You guys don't have to say. You guys don't have to say Nerton. You guys don't have to say a thorn. It's all right. Nobody has any questions or anything. Oh, we'll go a little phthalo blue. Something like that. This is still the Charcola stuff I'm using. It's actually sitting on my lap here. Let me put it back down here. All right. I got enough of the red. We're good with that. I'll use the palette knife. We'll pull out a little bit of blue, like this. All right. A little bit of blue here. Dark blue with that green. Well, we'll throw some more green in there. And a slight touch of red. Okay. There. I'll probably end up breaking some of this up a little bit. Okay. That's good. Just like that. So we got this really dark green happening there. Take the Ross brush. We're going to do more texture grass. Put it right in there. All right. Just like that. All right. And here we go. Up here. Get some of that. Just like a little bit of this going on. It just, you see, I'm not getting rid of the underlying green. That I won't do. Now remember, I want it darker, like here in the corner. Let's soften that. All up in here is a little darker. We'll just get some more of this. We're gonna plant that in there really good. A little darker, a little deeper in here. And it's kind of coming around the corner, a little deep in that, like that. All right. Now, obviously, you don't see it too well yet, of course. Let's get the rest of that green, a little touch of red, and some more of that green. We're going to reverse. We'll just mix it in like that. Okay. All right. Over here on this side. We're going to come back here. We'll add it right up here. Go a little bit above its line there. We'll press it in there. And we'll add all this fun like this. Alright, I'm going to flip my brush around because I got paint on the other side. You guys may not see too much of this, but you will once I start highlighting certain things. I'm going to get a little slight touch of water because this paint's a little, there, we're going to loosen that paint up just a slight bit. We'll reactivate. Hold on, I got to answer this. All right, so got a little touch of water in it. As you can see, it reactivates the paint. We're going to come up in here, add some more of this love. You guys might not see it, it's pretty dark. I understand that. But I also remember where I'm going to add a lot of the different nuances of shading, whatever. The grass here will be a little more detailed also. We'll put darker stuff in here. Like that. All right. It's important text that I gotta, hey Kelly, I gotta take here. Okay. Now, obviously, this stuff is a little bit closer to us. All right, we'll take a touch of yellow, just like that, right into this darker blue-green stuff here. All right, because I don't want it to be super, super bright. At least not yet. We'll put it right here on the top. Now, it's giving me a little bit of bright stuff, but not excessively bright. All right, it's a little bit, but not really much. And remember, this stuff gets darker, so you might not see that too well. All right. I'll still add the yellow. We'll pump it up with a little bit of white. I don't want it to be super bright because we're gonna have more stuff going on. Yeah, we'll mix it right in here. Okay. Now remember, yellow is extremely transparent. All right. So we're gonna have to help it out a little bit with just a little tap of white in there like this. Okay. I'll just use this brush to stir it in there, pop it in there. Okay, I don't need to use too much of this. All right. Once again, we'll do some separation things right up in here, right up in there like that. Give a little gap of darkness, and we'll put it in there, something like so. We'll come here on the edge. We'll come in here. I don't want to add too much. Like I said, I can always. Now this will get darker, so don't worry about that. Okay, just a little, and we'll come up here up top and give a little love up here. All right, but you can see the natural path. All right, of what's going on. We can do the same thing on the other side. Right back here. Now the angle. We'll come here, add a little bit of love like that. Okay. Yeah. Like so. So we got a bright patch there. We'll get one right in here. I'm bringing it as close to that edge, and what curve, 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 curve is stronger here. Just a little curve. Not too much. But you see what it's starting to look like now. And this is just the grass. All right. We'll put a little something way up here and kind of make it disappear off the side there. All right. You don't see too much of it because of the glare of the light, but it's like right around in there. Remember, this stuff will get a little darker. This is not paper. This is board. So I can really do a little pouncing if I so desire. All right. A little something there. Like that. All right. Hold on for a second. Oh, I don't know. All right. We're going to take what I don't have. We're going to take some blue. We're going to add some color up here because it's a little more detailed. All right. And we'll put like some bluebells here or something of that sort. We'll put the blue right here. All right. We're going to use the same size brush. And a little touch of white. Just a little couple taps of white. A little bit of blue. We'll put it like right in here. That should be bright enough from what we're about to find out right now. So we'll come here in the darker area. And yeah, see, that's cool. That'll work. Little touches of blue. It's just telling us that, we got some little deeper patches of things happening. Bring some of that blue into the to the darker area. That's what I'm trying to say. Mix it in with the green a little bit. All right, just like that. As the color, I'm not really necessarily using the whole brush. I'll use the corner of a brush. Okay. All right. Right up in here. Really around the darker areas. while still keeping some of the darker areas. You can put some all the way up here if you would like. Some, I'll flip the brush around. Some out here, not as much. Up to you. Okay, it fills it up. It brings more detail toward the front. You got me? So hopefully a little bit of this is making some sense to you also. If you have questions or whatnot and what have you, feel free. You're not disturbing me. You're not interrupting me. Once again, this is it will be a path in the woods. Okay. All right, we'll put this brush away. I'm going to add, I guess I'll use a little bit of yellow ochre. Yellow ochre and a touch of white, and we're gonna stipple. I'll put it this. Let's see if we can put it there. Can you guys see that? Yes, you can. All right. Let's take we'll take this brush. It's not the greatest brush in the world. I think I'm gonna retire this brush. Take a little bit of white, a little bit of that yellow ochre. We'll mix it right in here like that. All right. We're gonna get some water. Need water for this part. Loosen up this color. All right. I don't know if this brush is gonna. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. We'll take the brush. Might not be watery enough. And we'll come here. Yeah, it will. It will work. See, a little bit of splatter stuff in there. All right. The splatter stuff is kind of omnidirectional. It's wherever you want to put it. The closer you are, the more you're able to somewhat control the splatter. And I like this splatter with the heavier paint because it will lend itself to dry a little faster. Okay. You might not see it too well as I'm looking at the screen, but it is in there. Once I take a photo of it later on, you might see them somewhat, kind of. You might see it in there. I'm not really concerned about stuff in the back here. The front, yes. The back, no. Because remember, you can have all sorts of trees and things going on here. All right. This brush I'm going to have to retire. Because this is really not the greatest brush in the world anymore. It's really dead. This brush has been beat down like an Egyptian slave. So I'll just take the tip off and trash it. Now, why would I keep this? Okay, I'm gonna show you guys why I'll keep this. Let's just grab any one of these if I can reach from behind here and get one. Hopefully I can. No, I have to unscrew it. Darn it. I wanted to show you guys too. I'm gonna have to show you guys in another segment. Not now. But I'll show you with this one. Alright. My lady friend used to work at a museum, and they throw out some incredibly valuable stuff. I mean, they throw it straight in the trash. Alright. $600 easels, wooden easels, trash. They'll toss them. Anyway, they had a makeup, somewhat Avon person or whatever, had an old school style display of makeup brushes like this. Okay, very soft hair makeup brushes, and they're hooked to a board that says Avon on it. It's in the front of my easel here. It's a pretty nice display, pretty hefty, very solid, but they all got the screw-on things in there. Okay, and so what I did is take a brush that I retired. I took my X-Acto knife and whittled down the point like an old school pencil sharpeners, and took it and just screwed it in there. Okay, so it's not going nowhere. But I can take this and see, I can use this, see what I'm saying? Just like that. Instead of me trying to hold it here, because they never came with a handle, they screw in. So I just make me a handle. And it's not going nowhere. It's not, because the threads are so strong in there. You just take the wood and you just push it, and it makes its own threads, and it's in there. And that's what I do. All right. And I've got a ton of them back there. Okay, but that's what I do with them. Okay, instant dandelions. Yeah, pretty much. Right, right, right. All right. Coffee break. Mm-hmm. Now this is part of the instruction series. So these paintings are going to be kind of long. I would presume people are going to zip through certain chapters or whatever because I'm running my mouth. But if people, this is the time you guys can ask them questions. I am explaining this. I'm showing you the techniques. I'm slowing it down a bit. All right. A lot of this grass and stuff was done with a thicker brush. If you guys can get brushes like these, even though they're oil painting brushes, you can use them for acrylic or whatever. It's a 1 inch brush, old Ross brush. Okay. You know I can get sued for just showing his name like that. I'm so small a channel there, but I can get sued for that. That's how evil these people are. But the brushes are superb. But if you can find a brush, you have to really look at it. Look at the fullness of the bristles. All right, this is a 1 inch. I do got a couple of 2 inches. I got some a few of these. They're like all over the place. But they're beautiful brushes. You're gonna be surprised how long I had this brush. Well, I got one, two, three, I got a bunch of them, but I've had them over 10 years easily. Okay, but they do all this grass pattern you see. All right, it's very wonderful. You can do trees with it and whatnot. Yeah. So, but if you can find them or anything close to it, but I would just spend the money and just get them because they're worth it. So they're very worth it because they lasted me quite a bit of years. Okay, let's get to making some texture with this road. Let's stop playing. Let's go with the yellow ochre. We'll deal with the yellow ochre here. Can you guys see it down here? Yes, you guys can. All right, we'll start. Um, we'll mix in the yellow ochre with some of that dark stuff, just like this. I don't even completely want to blend it, or don't over blend it. I can do the roll this way, lengthwise, like this, which will probably help, or I can do it straight across. All right. So I have my choices of how to do this. I'm going to go straight across. So when I say straight across, it's just a straight line. Let's start here. I can put a dip in it, or I can make it oval. Hold on for a second. Oh, okay, it's right up my alley. Did I let you guys know I can't stand iPhone? Anyway, we're gonna go straight across like this. I really don't want to go straight across. Let's put a dip in it. So we're gonna come here, and I'll just kind of we'll put a dip in it like that. But it's higher here, okay? Because you're not gonna really see the dip going up from the other side. So we'll do it this way. I will accentuate this even more because you guys don't truly see it very well yet. Because there's not really enough brightness in there for you to distinguish anything. I'll take a little white and do it. So there's a dip here, like that. And I'll just follow the dip. It's probably going to get more and more curved as you get toward the back. Okay. I'll get the higher parts. All right. All right. All right. Now, that might be a little too bright, which is fine. I'm getting a little bit of blue and red, which obviously makes a deep purple. I'm mixing it in with green. Okay. And we'll turn some of that darkness back here. And you're going pretty much on the same direction. It's darker in the little gully. Well, we'll have it darker here, actually. We'll have it dark on the sides. Okay. I don't need it very bright back there, but you do need to know that there is a path. It is a path. It's going downward. I want to accentuate right here on this edge here, right here. Okay. I caught myself. Got myself. I do that from time to time. I will forget that it's wet like that. Okay, so you got a little, once again, a little gully there. Okay, you got a little path happening there. Okay, just like that. All right, got one on this side. So we're going reverse. We'll do the dark part first. Um. Oh, right. Oh, here we'll do it up under here first. We'll come here. We'll just kind of make it dark there, up underneath. Turn it around. We'll make it a little dark, and we'll bring it out there. All right. Go into our ochre and white mix, and once again, kind of get that little trail upward. Now remember, it's more of a curve. All right. Clean off the brush. Get a little bit of blue and a little more red. You're just making a dark color. It will represent itself as black. You'll never know once it dries. Okay. Um, to be truthful, I don't think we never used any black in this painting at all, and I probably won't. And I'm just going with the curvature of there. All right. So still more of a path there. Okay. You're really gonna see the path um, out toward this way. All right. So, and once again, the path is kind of dug in, even though I got an over. It's like a, and we could change it. It doesn't matter. Okay. I can take that and readjust it. Because right now it's a hump. All right. So I can actually, well, we'll do it the opposite way. Let's get rid of we'll get rid of the brown. It's easier for me to do it this way. Let's go into our green. I'll take some blue and mix it in with this green. And what we'll do is we'll just flatten it here. So instead of a hump, we'll just make it a dip. We'll make it a dip in here like this. All right. So instead of a hump, we'll make it a dip. See how you can solve that situation? Now we got a dip. All right, and we'll just accentuate it from there like that. I don't need such a small brush to do this. I can go a little wider. We'll do it with a flat brush. We'll do a little side thing there. All right, we'll use this. And what we'll do is we'll just make, we'll come here. I'll get the initial start of it. It will come down a little bit here, right? Go across. It'll slowly almost try to curve back up there. Don't worry. Straight across. We're gonna go this way. We got the curve going this way, so we'll come here. And it's just the path that we're going with it. All right. Okay, just like that. Let's take yeah, we'll take this round brush. It doesn't matter at this point. We'll take. Oh, we need more white. Who am I kidding? All right, and we'll put little rock pebble leaf things in here. We'll get them bigger in here, but little stones here and there. Come in here. Just little rubbly deals in there like that. Okay, we'll go back into our blue and red. All right, we'll touch of blue. We'll spin it around a little bit. A little darker. And we'll have him get the little dark little shadow, whatever. We'll put him in there like this. Little shadow, a little bit of that all up in here like this. So little shadows in there. All right. we'll go a little brown. We'll put the brown in there. A little more blue. We'll put little curved grooves in there. It is just us giving a little path that your eye can follow. Up in here. So it's a little more detailed all in here in this gully in the front here, this little path. Because it's closer to us. Alright.
Where'd she go?
She who? Dog?
Yeah, I thought she had to go potty. You got the
I
potty?
took her out and did all of that at 2 o'clock.
At 2?
Yeah.
Oh,
Fed her and everything.
She ate too?
Yeah, she ate. You don't have to do none of that. Now, if you're doing that, she's playing you.
Yeah.
At 2 o'clock, I did it all.
She's trying to get an extra treat or something.
Yeah, don't give her none of those either. Don't give her nothing. If you don't believe me, ask the people on chat. They'll tell you. All right. Now you see how that's starting to look now? Okay, doing that. So if you want it, if you want the path to be above or below, okay, up to you. All right, that's your decision. All right. Thank you, Oswina. I wish I just got up early. I think actually I was up at 7 something, but it was not strong on my mind that anybody would be on. Cause I think you weren't able to do it Sunday. Yeah, she plays her. She does. She played her really good yesterday. She had a meeting or something. Um, she had to leave the house, and I found that she likes the little candies called chickle sticks, chick sticks, something like that. The orange long candy things. Well, they made little mini ones about an inch long, and this little separate wrapper. They're cute with her, and they're good too. They're all right. Um, she loves them. I bought like 3 bags of them. I bought 3. I ate all mine, both bags. No, I ate 1 bag. She had a bag. She ate that. The dog somehow can sniff and see there was something for her to eat or treat. So she gave her a couple. She should have never did that. Anyway, she left. She had to leave. She put the bag somewhere where she didn't think the dog would reach it. Now, this dog is not the previous dog I had. This dog is much, much taller. All right, because she's almost 30 inches at the shoulder. So she's about the size of a small Great Dane. Okay, so she just reached over there with her long neck, got the bag, opened up all the candies, and ate the bag. And since she's in the back room, I didn't hear anything, so I don't know. I don't hear nothing in the back room. I'm in the front room, and so she ate the whole bag of chickle sticks. Yeah, you did. You got something with the nerve in your neck. I remember, Hosuna. I gotta stop calling you the way Diana calls you. The G is an H. Hosuna. All right, so we got our path already done, guys. Okay, alrighty then. Now is the time we will be very, very. I don't know if I should say cunning, but we are going to be very strategic in placing our trees. Yes, I'm taking my knife and scraping up what I don't need here. So it's just going to be a new batch of paint here because we're now going into the tree area. And a lot of this is starting to dry. All right, let's get rid of that. And I gotta be careful wiping myself off off with this. This blade is very sharp because it's new, so I gotta be careful because I will cut myself open and not know it. A sharp razor blade will definitely cut through your clothes. All right, this is brand new, which is why you see it come off so easily. Okay, and I didn't spray it; it comes right off. All right, so we pretty much cleaned that up. I don't have to have it spotless. There's more paint to be put on there. I really don't need the glycerin, so we can close this up. So, yeah, she gets enough treats. She was playing the role because she would assume that I'm in this particular area of the house and I'm talking to myself. That's what the dog thinks. That I'm not gonna be, I'm not gonna know it's her trying to play a con game on her. So, um, but no, 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 no. We will not be doing those. Okay. Um, all right. So now, trees. Okay, we're gonna take the same concept um, that we did for everything else here. We can take the same concept for the placement of the trees. We do have our path. Our path is in perspective, believe it or not. Okay, so you get the, even though this is shorter, all right, but these are much smaller than this one, and it's at a curve. It's coming toward us. So, you walking through your path here. All right. Okay. Now, tree placement. How to place these trees and to make them look like um, to make them look like different, to give the impression of the depth in the forest. So they have to be different widths, different sizes. As we get, as we get closer, they get larger. But you don't really want to lose the trees in the back. So now you have to kind of work out how you're going to do that. Now, I'm going to explain to you this. Since we want a forest, and now keep in mind, we have this background. We want at least a little bit of the background to be seen. So, when you have a multi layered, or batch of land here, batch of land here, and you got land here and here, even though this land, okay, is pretty much the same as the other. All right, this is just a continuing of this up here. Then you got this little bit right here. Then you got the rest, the background back here. All right. Now, the tree or the trees here in the back. All right. They are going to be, they're all going to probably be pretty tall. All right. I really don't want to put too many leaves on these guys. This is pretty much the forest. If there's any leaves, it'll be toward the top or whatever. But the trees back here, we're going to have more of them, but they're going to be thinner. Okay, really thin. And I'll place them in places. Now we're going to get to um, a sense of scale. All right, meaning now that we got this here, it looks very vast or whatnot, but you can kind of tell the distance because of how wide the trail is compared to everything else. And the trees in the back kind of gives you that little sense now. Okay, all right. All of that's about to change in a few seconds. All right, we have to have trees here, enough of them so you can see that they're here. Now we have this. do the same concept of lighter, far away, and you got a few darker ones. Then you got the big boys here, okay? But you have to space them away and paint them in a way to where you can see the difference in each section. And you got 3 sections, okay? The trickiest one will probably be this little batch right here, but we'll do something when it comes to that, okay? All right. And we got mist to add in that. All right. Okay. Uh, let's go with the we'll go with sienna. We'll put the sienna around here somewhere. Okay. Because we can darken or lighten the sienna. It's no big deal. Okay. We'll go with a little bit of I'll probably still use this green with the sienna. Why not? One, I just want to get rid of the green. Okay. The deepest blue we have looks like, well, use Prussian blue. I know, I'm using some unusual stuff for green or from brown. Okay. Now it's 3:21 here. We still got daylight, but I can tell it's slowly trying to change on us. Of course we're gonna need white. We can make the dark already, but we need something to help us out with the. Can you see that if I put it here? Right here on the edge. Yes, you guys can see that. All right. Yeah, I'll retain the Woodland Hill appearance. Sure. As we do this, to retain the look of the rolling hills, the rolling hills are going to be there. But I want to show you something since you said that. Okay. Who said that, Fatima? Okay, Fatima. Since you did say that. All right. This is dry. Remember, there's no glycerin here. It's completely dry, so we can have our little fun. All right. Okay. Okay. Fatima mentioned about the rolling hills look. All right. So let's do this before we put any trees down. Let's take a little touch of blue, this deep blue right here, a little touch of brown. We'll mix it in like that. I got too much brown than blue. That's all right. We'll add more blue. We'll darken it up like that. That's a nice shadow color. That's cool. That'll work. Okay. All right. Get some water. Don't be shy with the water. Put the water in there. All right. Now we have what I call instant glaze right here. I'll squeeze this stuff off the brush a little bit. I'll clean off the brush, wipe it off on my towel. Now we have a glaze here. All right. She wants a rolling hill look. Let's take this dry brush. Let's take a little bit of this watered down color, just like that. All right. This is the fun part. Let's go here. Let's separate one from the other right in here. Okay. All right. Something like that. It's watered down. It'll dry. All right. Now we got a nice little shadow there. We'll come back here. We'll add a little touch of a shadow right there. Like that. All right. And leave it alone. It'll darken up. Remember, leave it alone. Let it dry. Okay. So to give the impression of a rolling hill, we'll come here. We're gonna reinforce that curve in the road there, like that. All right. We'll darken that up a little bit there. Yeah. Give us a little something there. Okay. I can get this to be a wee bit darker if I desire it to be. a little darker. We'll see. All right. Actually, I can just take this color. It'll still accentuate the bright stuff, but I want to tone it down a little bit. There's a reason why. I'll just go over all of this. There's a reason why I'm doing this, because it's going to be kind of covered with other trees. So it's going to be like a little shadow in there. Okay. Especially here. All right. Okay. So we got a little bit of that happening and going on. I can go back over what I just did here. Right here. Just make it a little darker. Okay. I'm not really worried about the streaks because they'll slowly dissipate and go away. So more of a separation over there. Darken a little bit of that back here too. Darken that up a little bit also. Let's soften that. And we can come here and add a little depth in there too. And it's just me glazing a few things. Only on one side though. Okay, and it does make a difference. Okay. So if I took a snapshot of this a few seconds before I did this glazing, you would see the difference. I don't need to have it super extreme. All right, just a slight difference in this tone. Okay, but that glaze actually works. All right, okie dokie then. And that's just me using the brown and the blue and a little bit of water. All right. Now, could I have used vegetable glycerin to do that? Sure, I could have. Yeah, but I would also be waiting a while for it to dry. All right. So if I took my finger and put a fingerprint on it, you can still see it. All right. Once again, more glycerin than paint, which does that. What's going on, Ruth? I seen you this morning. Start to finish, I believe. Yeah, you were on. Okay. Yeah, this is probably gonna be another long stream, but it's all right. The instruction series, they're just gonna be long. But okay, let's do the tree thing. I did the glazing. So since a few others came in here, I'll say that this is what 16 by 20, and I did gesso this in my own version of gray, blue gray. I used black, white, and cobalt blue for the gray. You pretty much see it prominently in here. Okay, but it is in there. I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone. Somebody wanted a path, and then they wanted mist. Path in the forest and mist. Right now, you got a field, but we're getting ready to do the forest right now. Okay, alrighty then. I'm thinking here. Okay, let's put the thing about tree placement. Okay, these trees I'm going to put here in the back here. I'm just thinking right now of the size of them. I don't necessarily have to really bring them all the way to the top, because the bigger trees are going to probably help out with that, or the branches or what have you. Okay. So let's go with we'll go with the smaller guys. And remember, it's all about placement when it comes to this. To these trees. Let's take, or should I do? No, I'll do the smaller trees first. I want to work from the back towards the front. So I was thinking about something. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, let me do it this way. It's just more, it will just make more sense to do it the way I want to do it. Okay, let's pull out this lighter brown here. Pull a bit of it out here. Slight touch of blue in that brown. Right, pull it right out. Remember, this particular paint isn't really the, it's this greasy stuff. But once again, we'll work with it. We'll work with it. We'll work with it. Um, slight touch of white will grade up a little, because these are the fellows in the back. I don't know. I'm still deciding on where to, how much, how many in the placement of them. There's going to be more of these little guys in the back. They're going to end up being covered, no doubt. But we're gonna start to place them in there. And now this is going to change the scale of the painting, obviously. Now I can only put a couple here, so I have to be mindful of that. Once again, all about the placing. Okay, you're gonna lose some of these fellows back here, but it's okay. So let's just start generally with one right about in here. Right in here, right in here. Keep going, keep going. It's all right. They're fairly thin. We'll keep it going. Right about somewhere in here, somewhere. I don't really have to have them really super tall. Not back here. You'll see why in a minute. All right. You'll see why. All right, we got one. And we're going to keep it moving with them. And they're going to be a little closer to each other, too. Let's have one. Probably it's not going to spread out. It'll be right about here. Okay, we'll give it a wider base right here. And we'll have them come a little taller, like right up there. It's all right. Just like that. It's a little taller. But they're going to be generally around that size. Okay, more or less. Spread him out a little bit. Kind of don't matter. And we'll pop one right around here. Going in like that. There he is. Right there. And get plenty of the paint. And just put him in there. Like that. Yeah, we can have him a little higher. Then let's make him go in that direction. Like that. Method to my madness. They're relatively closer to each other. We'll put an even smaller one here. Like that. Thin fella. Right back there like that. All right. Now, if you're noticing anything right now, if you've been noticing, if you're looking, you can see where certain shadows can be placed in here on this. Okay, if that's it, if you've been watching. All right. If you notice too, I'm not bringing really these necessarily all the way to the top. It's not yet. I'll pick and choose what I want to go where. Get some of these rolling into each other like that. Let's put a bigger one right here. Go straight up to the page like that. We'll put a slightly larger one here. All right, we'll spread him out like so. All right. But if you notice, they're still relatively around the same, pretty much the same height, same width, more or less, and pretty much the same color on purpose. All right, we get some thinner ones here. We'll get one pretty close right here. We'll put them around like right here, and we'll get another one right here, probably a little higher up. I'm not really concerned once again about them being way up to the top. And we'll pop a couple of them closer like this. All right. We'll have him behind it like that. All right. Yeah, he's a little on the crooked side. It's all right. Let him be. That's okay. We're gonna go back into our brown. A little touch of blue and a little bit of white. Lighten that up a little bit. Okay. We'll continue this on. Make it a little more solid there. All right, let's pull some more color. Get some small ones back there like that. All right. Once again, you notice I'm not really paying attention to the top of them. Not entirely. Even though we got this hill here, don't let these guys stop you. Don't let the hill stop. All right. We've got some slender ones going through there like that. Okay. Don't let the hill stop you from doing them. You still keep it moving. And we got a slender one coming all the way down like that. All right. You can make them a little larger. Even though it's an abrupt stop there, that's all right. You're still, you're the hill in the back there. Still keep them relatively the same size. Okay. Maybe we can have a crooked one back here. He's thin. He's going behind the other one right here. He's kind of, he's on a in a bad way there. So you got one kind of kicking it to the side there. All right. We'll put a miniature one right here. You got another one coming up above right here, like that, just like so. Okay. Okay. And we're gonna let that dry a little bit. I'll put this fella down here. All right. So we got that going on with these. All right. As I'm checking them out, once again, these guys are further in the back. Okay. I have to wait a little bit for it to tack up, do anything else. All right. Yeah. I kind of had to clean my art room up too, so I know the feeling. You guys may have made a mess in your art room, but it's a happy mess. So I understand. I want you guys to see something. Okay. Now that, I never turned this thing back on, did I? Does it make a difference? Nah, I don't want it back on. I kind of like what I see there. I could probably aim this downward a little more, like that. Okay, that kind of kills some of that glare up there. You guys should be able to still see everything. Um, Now if you notice, okay, you still see a little bit of the you still see your pine trees. You still see the deciduous trees. You still see the mist back there. All right. So we still got all that going on. Let's move this over here. I want you to see all of that here. All right. I'm waiting for this to tack up a little bit and to dry. I'm gonna have to use some more glazing stuff. We don't have to go for extreme detail back there. Remember, you're gonna have larger trees there soon. All right, but we can add shadows in this. All right. So right now, I'm just deciding on which direction I want to put the shadows for these trees, or for these guys in the back. And we'll just use water and a dark color, and we're gonna glaze some shadows on these guys back here. So I'm really waiting for that to dry up a little bit and just to tack up, so we can tackle that. All right. Now I can see these pretty well. I'm looking at the tablet and I can still see it pretty decently. You guys see it okay? Because it's really for you. It's not really for me. So let me know if you guys can see these pretty decent or not. I need some folk that can type pretty quickly. I'll look over here on mine because I think it's a little closer to it's a little closer than this lag that I'm seeing from the tablet. So I have my text separate from the rest of the stuff. I can show you guys that probably. Depends on how easy I can unplug this. And if I aim this up here, you see there's OBS right there. That's on the wider screen. Okay. But over here, I can get you on. There it is right there. You see this is the newer computer and you can see the text on the side there. I can't really let this camera go. But there you guys are texting me right there. Okay. And OBS is right there. All right. Actually, I just moved OBS over there on that screen. Okay. All right. So let's straighten this guy out and aim you guys back down here. Hello, It Matters. How are you? Well, they say every painting tells a story, and if it's telling you that story, that means I succeeded. It's all good. So as long as you guys can see it, we're good. We're cool. I should. I should. Nah, I think I'll ask like a normal human. Okay, what's on the agenda today?
Well, I'm still working.
Oh, no, I see you. Okay.
I'm making that. I was just gonna do sausage with peppers and onions
All right.
because Michelle called me and said, I made 2 huge cans of stuffed shells yesterday. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them all. Do you want some? I'll give you some. And it's all right. So I was thinking we just do sausage,
All right.
peppers and stuff, and the stuffed shells.
All right.
This is what she gave me.
Mm,
5. I
yeah.
think
You
4,
can share that.
maybe 5.
You can share that with the dog. That's why she never really comes this far in the room. So all right, y'all can share that.
Yeah, so I'm making us some, and well, making us some hot stuff.
All right. No problem. Cool. Now you and the dog can share that. Okay, back to us. Hello, it matters. So as I'm waiting for this, I can tell that it's starting to solidify a little bit. All right, a little damp here, but it's dry all up here. Okay, as you can see here, my hand's not stained up. All right, so I'm just trying to kill some of that glare from you for you guys. Now the glare that I see is different. You guys are probably concentrating over here, but the glare I see is right dead center. But it's just where I'm sitting because I'm sitting to the left of the painting, so you guys don't see a bunch of this all day. Okay, so I'm painting at kind of an angle. All right. You need a glue sponsor. How did you glue 22 brushes, dude? For real. Yeah, Hoswina did her video very, very early if you're living in the United States. I'm on the eastern side of the US. So she was on like, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 in the morning here. But it's a 6 hour difference. Okay, so she's 6 hours, for me, here in New York, she's 6 hours ahead. All right. So it's 9:45 over there. PM for her. Wow. Well, I had to let one of my very good foxhair brushes, fan brushes, go to the wayside because neglect. Okay, let's make some glaze. I'm gonna use a round brush for this. All right, bruh. I got brushes that are still hold on, just like that Bon Jovi song, "A Wing and a Prayer." So I know what you're talking about. Okay, let's go back into our deeper blue right here. All right, on the round brush, we get some brown. Pop it in there, mix it together. We're gonna make a glaze out of this. All right, I'm fighting with the mixture. Of course, obviously, I put too much brown in there, but that's okay. That's all right because you add more blue. Add a little more blue. You'll get the shade you're looking for. Don't worry. It's all right. And you're gonna water this down. Well, I'm gonna water it down. Okay. I can probably do for a little more blue, maybe. No, I'm gonna leave it like that because yeah, I'll add some more blue. It's gonna get darker when it dries. So keep in mind with acrylic, once it evaporates, it gets a little darker. This is way too thick. Okay, I'm gonna just water up my brush and I'll put the watered up stuff back here. You guys can see that. Put it back here. All right. Okay, we got some watered up stuff here. All right. The advantage of having watered up paint, if you screw up, you can always correct it. Now, which way am I going to put the shadows for this guy? Do I want the shadows coming toward me, away from me, whatever? Because it's kind of indifferent. I got the lighted side over here, okay, which means that the sun will be hitting that way. That means the shadows will go this way, okay. If I want to keep true to that, but then again, I got it lighter over here too. All right. So, which way do I really want to go with it? Um, that's the thing. Which direction to put the shadows? We'll go this way. I'll just take them, and we'll go this way with the shadow. We'll, we'll curve here. Okay, we'll curve the shadow this way. It's gonna look pretty neat once you get them all in there. Okay. Make them as directional as you can. Get some more of this watered down stuff. Alright, so you see things are starting to make a little more sense here to you. Now as I'm doing this, remember we're gonna have trees in front of these too. So it's gonna look a lot more complicated than what it appears. I gotta move myself here and look at where I'm going here with this. Actually, that's really the wrong way. The light's hitting from the other direction. So the shadows have got to be over here on this side. Like that. And we'll do it over here like this. I'm just rolling the brush around a little bit. If it's too thin, I'll just go into the actual paint. I'll put them in there. Like that. Now as I'm doing this, even though I'm adding a dark to it, alright, it's going to have the opposite effect because we're going vertical. Alright. So what I'm doing is actually the trees are now, even though I'm adding all this dark to it on one side of the tree, it's actually bringing the trees in front of from our background, meeting the sky in the trees and the fog in the back. All right. I'll roll the brush around. I've got more color on the other side. And it's just one side of the tree that you're doing all of this in. And since I'm going over the glistening part, I have to lay down there pretty thick, going up top. I'll roll the brush around like so. But as you see, it's starting to change the whole look of the painting now that we're adding the shadows. And you approach everyone like this. So once again, I hope this is making a little sense to you. You handle each and every one like this. I'm hoping that my head is in the way. I'll glance up at the TV. Yeah, no, I'm all right. I'm all right. You guys can still see what I'm doing here. I don't know if I went over this one. I'll do it again anyway. Every single one of them gets this same treatment. Okay, and once again, these trees are a certain width. They're a certain height, yes, but they're a certain width. Okay, and as you notice, I did not go all the way to the top with most of them. There's a reason for that. So we're going to continue on while I'm talking and doing this. I'm just adding a little more thicker paint. So it holds on, it sticks. Way up on. I'm rolling my brush as I'm doing this. All right, there you go. Okay. That glue is no joke, bro. Man, that stuff there. that stuff isn't playing. All right. Okay. So we've got our shadows there. Okay, and I did it with water, so it's gonna dry. All right. As I can say, as it dries darker. All right. Okay. So we've got our shadows on the ground back there. All right. Now we have our little path here, our um, little lane here. Now the colors are kind of similar, so we'll bump this up a little bit. Okay, just a little. We'll take what I don't have. So let me get a. I'll use this flat brush. It's okay. I'll show it to you here on the screen. We'll use this one. Why? Because see, it's a full brush. Okay, at the top here, full for the bristles there. I don't have any yellow, so we'll put the yellow. We'll put a little bit of yellow here. Hopefully you guys can see it. We'll put a little dot of yellow right there. Okay, these are the I am using charcoal paint for this. The only thing that's not charcoal is the um, titanium white right here. We'll use a little bit of titanium white, a little bit of yellow. Just like that. We'll use a slight touch of green. Okay, we'll green it up a little. Okay. Just tap the paint on the bristles. Alright, look over here in this little bit, this little area here. And I'll just get a little separation there. Just to let you know that there's another bit of land right here. Right here, we got some land here saying, hey, don't forget me. I'm right here. Okay. Just a little patch right there. Alright. Let's just saying, don't forget about me. I'm right here. Alright. Okay. So I should take this brush to do it, but I will not because it doesn't hold really a sharp enough edge. So I'll take the long handled 1/2 inch brush. We're gonna go right back into our brown. Put it right here. We'll mix it in with a little bit of this dark stuff right up in here. All right. Let's take a slight touch of green because this brown has more red in it. Siennas have more red in it. So as you see me mix this, you see it's getting a darker, deeper brown, but it's not turning green. Okay, that's a deeper brown. Once again, the siennas is a brown with more red, so you can use the color opposite. It's not going to turn green; it's just going to turn a deeper brown. You follow me? You can't do the ochres like this. All right, because the ochre has green or blue in it. And if you add green, it's just going to turn flat out green on you. All right. Okay, now we got a deeper brown here. Okay. We'll get a slightly thicker tree. Now I can get away with probably doing one. Well, we'll just do one right off this edge right here, right in here. Either a little bit of a thicker tree right in here. All right, thicker tree, thicker tree, thicker tree. I'm gonna make them a little larger. If I need more paint, obviously I'll get more, but the thicker tree, slightly darker, go straight up with him. He goes straight in the air. All right. And keep the same circumference for this fellow. Okay. He's right here. And he'll have a little more detail to him with the larger tree. So like I say, we're gonna put this guy right in there like that. All right. To quickly let us know that he's a larger tree, and he's right there, just not to confuse yourself with any of the other ones. All right, just for right now, I'll just kind of highlight this one, let them know, hey, you're a different tree in a different area. So we'll put that right here for him. And this is just a guide really for me to know that we got this guy. He's right there. All right, he's a little closer to us. I'll shade him a little lighter here on this one side. Right there. All right, he's a little closer to us. That dude. All right. Okay. Let's get a little more blue. Let's get a little more brown. Put it in there together. A little more blue. Okay, now remember I used green the last time. This is just that deep blue. Okay, still makes a darker tree because it has more red in it. The cedars have more red. All right. Right here. Right in here. We'll put him right here. Actually, let's make him closer. Let's put him right there. Right in here and right in here. He's a bigger fella. Right here. Okay. Slightly larger, slightly darker. Put him right in there. He's a little closer to us. So just a bit. Just like that. Alright. Alright. So we got that guy. He's right there. Alright. Let's go back into our little bit of yellow and a little touch of white. Stick it in there. Once again, this is a very good way to separate, differentiate your trees. Right here, right here, right in here, right in here. Press it a little bit. It's all right. Let them know this is the other tree that's a little closer than the other guys. Like that. Put them in there. Lighten them up a bit. All right. So he's right there. So at least we got a couple there. All right. Just like so. And they will be a little more detailed. Okay. We'll probably mess around with that right now. All right. So hopefully this is make a little more sense to you. Okay. We can detail these right now. We have to add more mist in this. Okay, but we're going to let this thicken up with paint a little bit. Now I told you in the beginning that you're going to end up covering up some of those trees in the back. And that's no big deal, that's no problem. Do it. Just do it. Alright. Okay. Just like that. Now obviously any tree that's closer to us is going right off the page. You have to relay that type of height and such. Alright. Alright. Okay, so while those are tagging up a bit, all right, I'll keep this brush right here. Let's go into our blade here. We'll use this same color. All right, we'll use some of that lighter color. We'll just mix it right here. A little touch of white, a little bit of yellow. That white I added, it's really more for the yellow. We'll mix it like that. Alrighty then. We'll pull it. Come down. Spread it out there like that. Alright, so we got this light gray happening here. Give it a little swipe across. Okay. It's lighter on the left hand side. Right about in here. It's not light enough. Add a little more white. I don't really want to totally blend it. We'll keep it marbled. We'll spread it out like that. Okay. Alright. Here we go again. I'll just touch. We'll put a little touch here like that. When I do it this way, this is definitely guesswork because I'm doing it blind. so. All right, at least we got one there. Oh, I'll keep playing around with it a little bit, just like that. And this is, once again, it's just a guide. I'll come back to these fellas. I shouldn't do it this way because once again, it's blind. I don't know where my hand is. I should do it this way, and that way I can see where the edge is, right here. See, now I know where to place it. Okay, like that. If it's a little too strong, I can take it and chop it up a little bit. So, all right, blur it and like this. Right. So, you know, it's all right. Okay, so we'll keep it much like that. I can probably add a little couple of swipes going anywhere like this. And I'll bring them around a little bit. It's just to move the color inside the tree a little more. All right. Something like that. All right, now you see how things are starting to shape up here. See how it's starting to look. Okay. And once again, these are the two trees that are on that little mound right there, the path in that area. All right, let's go back. Let's use this brush. No, let's not use this brush. Let's go back to the round brush. We're gonna go back to the round brush again. We're gonna get a little bit of water. Let's see if I can activate this dark stuff here. And if I can, great. If I can't, that's fine too. We'll just get some more, a little dark blue, a little touch of brown. We'll put it in there together like that. All right. A little touch of green. Green to kill some of that. All right. Put it right in there like so. Now I'm gonna look at it. It's still a little more green. We'll mix it in there and get the coffee cup out the way so I can see what I'm doing. Add a little water. There we go. I'm dragging it so you guys can see how the color, what's going on here. All right. Let's get a little bit more. Okay. All right. Larger tree. We'll come up in here, get a nice little curve in here, come here. Okay. Big old tree right there. Get a little curve right there. And we're going to bring it this way right here. It's like that. And we're bringing it this way. So you don't make the shadow very even. Okay. That's a monster tree right there. Okay, and it is like right there. Here, we'll make it wider because it's going to come this way. It's going to come around that tree a little bit. Come down. It's coming this way. Like so. Alright. Alright. A little touch of water. Let's go back up in here. Activate some of that paint. Right here. Come on up with it. We can fade that out a little bit more. See, you can play around with the shadowing. Alright. We need it a little darker, so just a little more solid paint there. Get it dark enough. I'm adding the brown to it. And remember this to get darker as it dries. Now we can kind of get some tree shapes here. Unevenness of the dark. Right up in there. Alright. Just like that. It's going to come around in here. Loop over. Like that. Because once again, this is a big old tree. So I'll get that shadow in there. Okay. Alright. Let's move around to his friend. This guy right in here. He's here. We have to make some more blue. Get a little bit of brown, put it in there. Mix it, mix it, mix it, keep mixing. Keep mixing it in there. If you guys, yeah, you guys can see this, all right. It looks different in person than it does for me on this camera. All right, as long as you guys can see it fine, that's cool. I'm going to have to pop on the light in a little while. All right. Right up in here, that shadow. All in here. Blend that out. Put it right in there and blend it out. It's all shadowed up in here. All right. Just like so. Now to accentuate all that dark, okay, now we can go a little lighter. We'll take a little touch of white into this gray that we recently just did. All right, brighten it up a little bit. I'll come in here where it's got a little bit of white in it. That's too much. There. All right, we'll touch it up a little bit on the side here to brighten it up a little bit up in here. Really be careful. Just brighten it up a little bit. Now you can see a little bit of what's going on there with that one. Same thing here. Oh, that's a little thick right there. You see that big glob? We'll correct that. That's one of the downsides of doing it this way. Because like I said, I really don't see the edge. I got to kind of guesstimate it a little bit. If you get a big old glob like that, all right, just come in and do a treectomy. Remove some of that. Okay. This I'll slowly make that disappear. I still got a wet brush. See all of that right there. Don't worry about that. If you get something like that, just keep wipe it away. And you can wipe it because it's dry here. You just keep wiping it, wiping it. You can wipe it away. It's just thick paint. Just keep wiping it away. See, it'll go away. I'll keep wiping it away. Wipe it away. I'll go up in here, pick that up, get some more water, and make that disappear. Make that disappear. Just make it go away. And we'll tighten that up right in here. We'll tighten that up a little bit more. There. Just make it go away. All right. No problem. See? There. Okay. Hashtag. Good night, Oswina. It's very late for her. I know she's been up for a minute. Yes, you guys can have a memorial service for Bruce's busted brushes. Okay. A little more attention, a little more detail with the two here, which are part of that little bit of land in between because it's very small. Okay, I'll go back into my white. I'm just picking a brush. Really, no big deal. Right here. Let's accentuate once again where we are with this. It's right here. Okay, we'll bring some of that shine in here a little bit. Like that. All right, just to let people know this is where these two trees are hanging out at here. All right, they're right in there. There. Okay. There, so that's where they are. All right. Our path path is still here. Our path is back there. All right, so they're still outlining that the path. The path is still there, right in that area. So let people know, you know, that path is still there. Okay. All right. Okay, we got these guys. Concave path there. I'll take some of this yellow and give it a little curve. Path is still here. All right. So you gotta let them know that path is still around there. All right. The other path that's just about disappeared is here. All right. That other path is there, but you really don't see it too much, but it is over there. All right. Okay. We have another very large shadow, two of them. All right. Let's get some water, the round brush. We get this dark stuff right here. You're gonna have a shadow from this tree going up here, up around here, up here. It's gonna get a nice little curve. It's right here. All right, right here. All right. Right about here. We'll bring it out this way. All up in here. Shadow. Okay. So you got a shadow there. All right. But you got another one with the other giant tree. His shadow, well, you're gonna have to make it a little darker, probably a little more blue. Let's try the blue and green. All right. I'm gonna get a slight, we don't have that color, we'll use the brown. If I had red, it'd really work. Just a little bit of water. Now I can tell it's getting darker in my room by the second. All right. We got this fella right in here. It's like all in here. It's curving this way. All in that area. Just need a little water. Once again, it's just a glaze, so you can keep going over it and over and over it right up in here. You're not looking to totally make your land disappear, but you just want the symbol of the shadow. So we got two shadows there. All right. You got one there and one there. Just give it a second, let it tack up and dry. All right. All right. So you got your two right there. All right. Bruce's busted brushes. I'm pretty sure Bruce could find a way to refurbish brushes. Time consuming, especially if you get a giant order. Then what you gonna do? Mm-hmm. Never thought about that, did you? What you gonna do with it? Okay. Now I see that we got a pretty impressive little sunspot, like right in the middle there. And we can probably take advantage of that. Okay, I just realized that. So let's take a little bit of yellow, some of this gray, put it in there like that. I just realized that as I was looking at it. So we'll take advantage of that a little bit. We'll take a little bit of the yellow and we'll just kind of tap some love in here. We'll just take advantage of that sunspot. We'll put it right here. Like that. Why not? Let's take advantage of it. Since we got the yellow there, we'll just highlight a little yellow on these two trees. So instead of having the bright spot in the front where I originally planned, well, I guess fate had it that we got our bright spot right here in the middle. That little tiny middle patch, it's got the light. All right, very odd, but there it is. Okay. So there we go with that. We got our bright spot. All right. So our bright spot is in the middle of the painting. Okay. Since I've done that and we've changed things around a bit, let's get a thicker little brush. We'll play around with a little touch of yellow right here. We'll use the yellow gray. We'll play around with it right in here. A little bit of yellow, put it in there just like that. Tap the brush. Okay. Since our spot's here, even though this is the land out in the front, we'll have we'll just play right in here. So we'll keep the light spot like out here. It's weird, but we'll keep we'll keep the glow right here out this way. We'll kind of continue the path up this way. So that changes things, as you can see. Okay. So now our bright spot's in the middle of everything. It's not even in the foreground anymore. It's now right here, which makes things kind of really strange. Probably a little more eerie. All right. Okay. Enough playing around with that. Whoops. All right. We've been on here for 4 hours. 3 hours and 58 minutes and some change. Okay. All right. It's a long video. Sorry. But you guys wanted it. So we got what we got here. We got our brand new light source, which is right around in here. Okay. All right. As I'm yet looking at things, I guess we can, I don't know. I guess we can go on to our giant. You looking for what? Yeah, I see you in there. You ran out.
Huh?
What were you looking for? You ran out.
Yeah.
What? All right. Okay. We can place our giants now. Okay. All right. After we place our giants, we'll go into our details of our long grasses all up in here. Okay. Now, where are you gonna place our super giants? Well, let's go back to I have to pop this light on because it's getting dark in here for me. It might not be too dark for you guys. You guys might be able to still see it, and it still looks pretty cool for you guys. But it's getting a little dusky in here for me. All right, so we have our super giants compared to the rest of these fellows. All right. We're definitely gonna put one here. Well, I'll probably can put one, a thicker one here. Yeah, we'll put one. We'll put one here. Boom, big one here. All right. And this little detail. We'll probably end up putting one somewhere in the center. We're come out here. We're gonna put probably one here. Boom. Another one here. Boom. One big one here. Boom. All right, giant one. You're gonna tell. You're gonna see that they're large. Okay. And to relay that sense of it being so large, I'm going to need red. What's the deepest red I got here? Chocola. We'll use crimson. We'll use crimson red. All right. We'll put it right here. All right. Put a nice glob of it right there. All right. 1-inch synthetic brush. We'll just put it here. All right. Get the rest of that blue. Put it right in there. All right. So it's green, red, and blue. There. Just like that. Mix it in there. Fade away. It's almost damn near black. See that? Okay. All right. Let's kind of bring this real low, this color in. Okay. If I need more, I'll just mix some more. So let's put in our giants. Yeah, it's fairly backlit. Yeah. A little more detail, a little more care for these fellas. Here, let me show you this. Let's go. Let's make a circle here. All right, we'll have them that large. Have the roots come up here like that. All right, and something like that. He's a big one, so and he's going straight up. Don't care who he's in the way of. He's just a monster. He don't care. He don't care. So we'll put him here. We'll put monster guy right there. So big monster trees here. All right. Right here. Big giant monstrosity is right there. So you got a tree here. Okay. All right. So you got a big one right there. We'll get a slight touch of water. We'll loosen this up a bit. Let's go back into our red. And then we use the green here. Okay. Darken it right up there. We'll have one, as I'm looking at her. We'll put a slightly larger fella right here. We'll bend him. We'll bend him this way. Give him a little girth to him. They're still bigger. And we'll bend him. He's bent a little bit that way in that direction. All right. Right in here. Give him a branch. Just shoot a branch off there like that. Move them. Okay. All right. Once again, like usual, just blocking these guys in. Maybe I don't want that there. Just wipe that away. I want this way. Okay. All right. Like that. Slightly larger. Well, actually, watch this. In order to relate that this guy's in front of the other one, we'll just do something really simple. All right. We'll just slap a branch right in front of that guy, right? This he goes out that way, and he might kind of come out that way like that. All right. Okay. Don't worry about it being lighter in that area. We got something for that. Because remember, it's going to crawl glycerin. So there we go. See, just kind of go over it like this, darker, like that. Okay. Instantly, tree in front of other tree. All right, no big deal. Just like this. Okay. Just like just like so. Okay. Yeah, you can place whatever you want to place in there. I don't know. It's only dark like this. Ooh, look like the tree got shot. Let's cover that up. All right. It's not that serious. Almost had a bleeding tree. Okay. So we got that one. All right. Now you guys can see why I did not cover all of the other trees yet, because I know I was going to put a giant in here, giant or two or three. All right. Let's move this over here. All right. Yeah. You know why I did this and I made a mistake. I made a big error. Um, and so before I can go on, I have to correct that. I did make a mistake because I should have put the mist in there before I put the giant trees in. All right, so that was my mistake. So I'm glad I stopped when I did. Let's put this right here. Let's put the mist in while I can. Um, it's fine for this to be in, but I really wanted to put the mist in before I did the rest. And I didn't. That was my bad. All right, that was my mistake. So we are going to correct it right now. Let's take. Let's make some of this go away because we don't need it anymore. At least not yet. So we'll scrape this up and away. We'll get rid of this. Okay. All right. Let's put that back so I don't cut my hand open. Let's get a touch of titanium white. We'll put it right here. Now, our other mist was more on the blue side. Okay. We can take this, all right, just a little bit. I'm going to scumble this along here because it's mostly dry. Let's go, because I wanted to put it back here, but we'll put it in between these two trees. It's fine. Okay, so we'll take where I know it's dry at. Very lightly, I'll kind of play around here. Very light, very light, very light. You can start to see it here. Okay. I'm turning my brush around very light. I'm going to try to keep it as even as I can for right now. Let's bring this up here a little bit. I'm taking the smallest amount of white. I'm rubbing it really hard in circles on my brush. And then I'll lightly guide where I want it to go here. I'll probably be repeatedly doing this until I see where I want it, want it to be. Okay. And then I'll fine tune things a little bit later. I'm gonna have a little issue here because it's not completely dry. So I'll get close to it, but I know I can't do much with it as of yet. I just can't as of right now. Now you can play around with the density of the mist. Just got to see where you are with it. All right. And that's all I'm doing is really checking out where am I with this stuff. This is still have to dry a little bit. So I have to pick my poison right now. All right. I know I can come here. I got to be careful there, but I know I can come around in here. I can be careful around this tree here. Okay. I got to be careful. You're putting on, you're scumming wet on dry, so be careful with that. So you can hear me rub into the board. Smallest amount of paint. Now, if I know I got paint on here, I won't rub it as strong. But as I move around, move it more and more and twirl the brush around, I can see where I'm at. So I'm getting what I need to get in there. Okay. And I'm working my way around. It seems like I'm not doing anything, but I am. Yes, indeedy. I most certainly am. All right. Doesn't look like I am, but I am. Right past this tree here. Just a little trail. If it's the smallest one, give your eyes somewhere to go. Give your eyes somewhere to go back there. Okay. And we got this stuff working out here. All right, it's coming over here, over in here a little bit. We'll probably get some a little stronger in here, just like this. As long as it's a, in front of a subject. All right, just like that. Your eyes is giving that sense of depth and perception back there. Okay. We have a difference in the color of the mist back here and the brighter mist in here. So everything is being seen, but the larger, darker objects are taking up a little more control of the scene, which it's supposed to. All right. Okay. All right. I think I've missed enough. Um, I can't go across here yet because it's still tacky. We don't want to do that. All right. I got plenty of water soaked on this brush. I'm just going to mix it in with the dark I got here. We still got another giant tree to put. All right. Okay. We have another monstrosity to put in here. Okay. Let's darken that up a little bit because it's dried. So we're going to do that. We'll darken that up a little bit. Okay. Okay. We'll leave it be. All right. We got another one. We got another tree to put in here. Oh, right about here. We'll put him in there and we'll end him here. Okay. I know. We've had those other long trees we put in there. It doesn't matter. All right. Remember I told you a while back also, paint it like this is the only, you paint your subject like it's the only one, but only thing that's going to be placed there. So when you put the larger objects there, it doesn't ruin the flow of your painting. Okay. Now, these guys, we can't really highlight like you highlight these two because the glow isn't there. The glow is here. So we're going to have to play around with dark on dark and still make it look like a tree. And I'll show you that. I wasn't intending on showing you that, but because of the way the painting has ended up turning out, because of the way the paint's turned out, is turning out, we'll do it that way. Okay. All right. This one's going to be manageable. This one has to wait around. This is brand new. All right. Okay. I'm sorry that I took up 4 hours of your life. I really don't know how many people are going to watch something that's this long. But once again, I'm tackling a few subjects at a time. All right. Yeah, it's really sad when I can actually do a painting which encompasses most of Sonia's shift. All right. So we have our monster trees. We have the medium trees. Okay. And then we have these guys in the back that aren't really all the way up there. Okay. But we can do something with that about that. We can bring some up there, but I can also mess around and put like some leafy things back there for it. Needs to make them look good. Okay, we can do that. And I probably should get away. I should probably do it now. So while I'm thinking about that, we'll just take some kind of piece of a brush here, and we'll go with our little bit of brown. We'll come in here. We'll get a little bit of green, I guess, like that. And with the rest of the green. I want it a little deeper. We'll cough up some blue if there's enough left. It doesn't look like there is. All right. So we can come up. Oh, you guys can't see that. Let's put that down here. All right, we can come up here and we can add. I got some stragglers with this brush. Wheel some of that in and very carefully pop in some. All right, we can pop in a few bits of wild leafy things here. We'll come up. We're gonna need more green. Why am I playing? Let's get some more green. We just need some green and brown. We'll put some leaves in there. I don't want to be too distracting with the leaves. I'll put the green here. We'll make them. We'll put them in there and make it make sense. All right. A little bit of brown, a little touch of green, green and brown, going in like that. Okay. Mash it in there. Cause they're background things. Okay. And very gently pop in some things in there. We'll put in a couple right here. Up this way. Maybe like cover up the little bit of the branch there. We'll bring a few out there like it's reaching. We'll come up here a little higher like that. All right. Okay, we'll do the same thing with this guy. Just like that. Okay. So get a particular type of tree. We do them this way. And we'll get a few things in there. There are trees that look like this. So you're not really defrauding the public. You got some weird ones in here that look like that. I'll put something in there like this. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll kind of give them some stuff sticking up out there like this. Come out here. Just like that. All right. Maybe we have one that's broken off. We'll keep one broken. And we'll play around in here. All right. Come here. Pop some love in this direction. Right in front of the other one. Why not give a sense of distance for one of the crooked guys? And we'll give him something going up this way. And maybe a little love there. Like that. See how we filled that up? You still got your clouds. You still got your trunks, and you got all that stuff going on back there. All right. All right. Okay. We'll take the same brush. Let's take what I don't have. Well, we'll take the rest of this brown. We'll put it in here. Okay. We'll probably just gray it out a little bit. And we'll use some of this. Yeah. The white will bring that back. We'll gray it back out like that. More green to it. Once again, we'll gray it out. Like so. Alright, it's a little green. We'll go back to our red. We'll keep evening it out. Now, okay, now we got this weird funky gray thing going on with this. Alright, we'll play with this. Okay. We'll go over on this side. We'll take this rather disgusting mud mix. Okay, and we're gonna kind of scrape some bark in there. You can barely see it. I know you can barely see it. We're gonna give ourselves a little bit of texture here. It's a big tree. Like that. So we're starting to really detail some things here. It doesn't look like it yet, but it will. This fella here, same same thing. Up in here. I'm gonna have to lighten it up a little. Okay. Very light touches. Let's go here. Very light. Don't worry. It won't. It starts like this. It won't end like this. All right. Same thing with big boy here. I'll just do more of the side. Turn the brush around. It's giving me kind of a path on where to go with it. Okay, we'll leave it like that for right now. Snags. Yeah, this looks like we got we got plenty of them here. All right, let's take yeah, we can take this little fan brush, my little invented piece of crap fan brush here. We ran out of that's right. Hold on. No, I don't know why I'm reaching over there. I could just use this stuff here. We'll go ultramarine blue. Okay, we're gonna use blue. We're gonna do dark on dark. We'll use blue. We'll probably put a little gray in it or whatever. So we're gonna do residual light. Put a little blue. Put it red in here. See? Like that. Just mix it in there, like so. Get enough of it. Okay, we got this little raggedy brush. We'll go here. This is where our shadow side is. Anyway, we're gonna take this raggedy brush and almost like you're doing a waterfall, but the waterfall is now bark. Sometimes you'll stipple, and sometimes you get a straight line. But if you do a straight line, make sure you stipple around that line. Okay, this is not really made for you to see that well. This is residual light where the trees are backlit because our light is in the middle ground instead of the foreground. So a little different today. And because Fatima wants a squirrel hole, we'll put one in there. All right. All right. You can barely see it, but it is in there. I can go a little lighter, and maybe I will for this one. Just a little low. All right, just a little. We'll take a little touch of micro touch of white. Okay, just a little. And we'll put it right at the very, like a little bit at the edge here. Not much of it though. Okay. So it now, you gotta be careful because it'll start turning into a Sleepy Hollow tree. All right, just a little bit. All right, just a little taste of whatever. Just a little bit in there. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it be like that. Just a little. All right, a little more of this blue. I'm putting it into this gray, which gives me this funky, weird kind of off purple deal happening with it here. Come back to the other side. Yeah, we'll use this for the shaded side. I don't really want to use this for the. I want to use this for the darker side. Right in here. It's hard for me to, because of the glare of the light, but we'll put it in there. As you see, it's eating up some of that gray to which I wanted to do so. And remember, this stuff gets darker as it dries. So if it appears gaudy, it's not. It'll go away in a minute. All right. And I don't want it to be excessively bright. Okay. Let's get a slight touch of blue and white in there. A little more blue and white. I don't have enough brown. see if I can scrape up some. Nope. That's fine. That's fine. We'll touch it. We'll put the bark in this brighter purple. But I'm just going to drag and touch a little bit up in here. Just a little bit. We'll put some of the, because once again, this is not the highlighted tree, so you can do the highlights like you're highlighting the tree, but it's just a deeper color. You got me? Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, no, I need the lighter stuff. Let's play around in here. Just like that. Once again, I don't need it to be excessively bright. That's not what I'm aiming for. It's just residual light. You see a little touch of something going on there. But once again, it's just playing dark upon dark. Alright. This is going to be probably another tough one you won't be able to see. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a squirrel hole right here. I'll highlight the squirrel hole because Fatima wants a squirrel hole. Alright. I didn't forget your little squirrel hole, Fatima. Get a little bit of water. Well, okay, Fatima, your little squirrel hole's right here. Right here. Okay, it's right in there. I'll brighten it up a little bit more. Let's move that over. You should be able to see it. In a perfect world, you should be able to see it. We'll touch it up a little bit. Alright, just Fatima, see your little squirrel hole. You happy about your little squirrel hole, Fatima? Okay. Alright, Fatima has her squirrel hole. All's well in Fatima's world. Alrighty. That's what I should name the painting, Fatima Squirrel Hole. Alright, let's go up here. Okay, let's take some white. Put it right here. Let's take what's left of the green. Let's take a little water. That's just a very disturbing title. Let's come here and very lightly, if I can get away with it, very lightly we'll get some if I can get away with it. I'll just put some on the side. Just a cute little patch of long grass here and there. I'll just use this brush for the patches. There we go. Something like that. You know, little directional things. All right. Some stuff in there like that. All right. Not excessively super bright. All right. We'll come here very lightly. I'm just kind of getting it as close as I can and pick it away like that. I don't want it too much. I'll wipe some of that away. I don't want it to be too much. Usually I'll try to space them out a little bit. And if I don't like it, I'll rub it away. If I don't care for it much. Really look, and I'll get rid of them. We're still not done yet. We're almost there though. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Cause I don't want nothing really super bright in this area. It doesn't make any sense when all your bright is here. Okay. So we got this weird sunspot right in here. All right. Hey, Rosemary, how are you? Okay. All right. Well, it's good to see you. I'm glad you typed in there. We're gonna take a the oh man, I bet you yuck. Coffee's cold again. Yuck. Gross. Let's go here. I'm gonna slow it. Can you guys see it? You guys can see that. I'm gonna slow it down just a little bit. And water it down a little bit. And we'll put some nice long grasses. I'm gonna slow it down a tad, so like so. Put some longer ones in there. They might have to be pumped up a little bit. Oh, we'll put maybe a couple strands of that in here. And we'll pop some the other way. Slow it down a little bit. You guys should be able to see that. Yeah, you guys can see it. Yep. Put some over the path like this. Okay. And I'm just trying to inch closer and closer with the circular loops there. Then we'll come back around in here. All right. And I'm getting as close as I can to them. Very close. A lot of circles. I'm letting the paint just graze. Just a little bit there. All right. Continuous little circular things. Out here on this side, here we'll put some, oops, the wrong direction. We'll put some tinier ones in here. Like that. And we'll do that little circle thing again. Real close as you can. Close. I'll get some little oval-y things going on here. Okay. just on the edge. I could probably get away with an even tinier brush for it, but it's just really tiny little curly cues. All right. The good old-fashioned post-nasal drip is acting up once more because it knows it can. Where we have a bright patch of grass. We'll add some of the long stuff. All right. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We'll put something in front of the fog bank there. Some over here on the other side. Dip it into the path. All right. Have some go into the path. You got me. All right. Cool. Fire in the sky. Okay, you guys don't really see too much of detailed stuff going on because of the glare here, but you will when I take a photo of it. I don't need these trees to be lit up. That will just defeat the purpose. All right, you have, let's just make this disappear. How about that? Okay, so you have these guys, if I can just turn this down a little bit more so you guys can see it. If you guys don't see it that well, maybe I can pop this light on. Maybe that'll help. Not much. Not much at all, actually. How about this fella? Will that help you out if I aimed it that way? A little bit more. Raise it up a little bit and just angle it. Because it's more of a spotlight than anything else. Okay. I don't know. Maybe like that-ish. See if I can move this back a little bit. Will that help you guys out? Yeah, somewhat. But you don't have to have a lot of excessive light here. All right. These guys got it. A little land in here has it. Okay. All right. I can do something. I always like this the way to do some very airy, misty stuff. Can you guys see it? No, you can't. You know why you can't see it? Because I don't have the camera back up. Let's go here. Let's just take some water. We'll put it right here. This is perfect. Let's take a small amount of white. Remember, white leaves a chalky residue. Okay, so more water than white, just like this. Okay, all right. So we got our fogs here, wherever. All right. So let's come here. I gotta be pretty quick with this. So I got softly brush in one hand, liquid watery white in this hand. We're gonna come here and add some little things like this in it. And you stir it around with your a little more white. You're still gonna water it down, okay? But it gives you this really interesting looking. Here, we'll go across like this. Go right across, like so. And you gotta do it quick. You gotta rub this stuff off kind of fast. Now that more paint than water. I can always water that back down like that and then redo it. See? Come here, add some more. going all little wavy directions like this. Okay, and it does. It looks like weird smoke patterns happening there, and it leaves you that weird, funky. Let's water that back up. There, see, see that weird kind of hazy, almost smoke-filled stuff going on with it. Okay, once again, you got a short window to do this. And if you get caught out there with it, don't cry. It's just water. You got a little window, reactivate it again, and then stir it to wherever you want it to go. All right. But as you see, it leaves a chalky residue. All right. You don't have to press as hard as I do. If I went overboard, I can just wipe it away. But it still leaves a chalky, misty residue. All right. Once again, you can add a little more white to it. All right. You just have to act fast with it. Okay. So if I came here and went down like so, you see, do it fast, do it fast. As you can see, you can keep building up with it. All right. This is great. Once again, build up to it. Have it go directly across the path here. All right. So I'm showing you guys how to do this. All right. And you know, you don't have to get carried away with it. It is fun to do. Okay. And you can layer and layer and layer and layer and layer. Now I'm going stronger across the path here because you have to have a sense of distance. So I'm really emphasizing it across the path here. Okay. And the path actually needs a little more white. It has to be kind of seen here going across this thing. Seen going across the path. You don't have to cover the whole path, but just give a sense of distance there. All right. So hopefully you guys can see what's going on there. All right. The trees in the back don't. The trees in the back don't need all of that detail. You can shut this down. Okay. Okay. The trees in the back, all that detail, not necessary. The ones way back there, don't need it. Um, As they get closer, of course, they need a little bit of detail. Of course, since the middle ground is the one that's got the light going on, that needs to be seen more than anything, where your light source is coming from, even with all the mist. Okay. Um, Definitely a painting you probably really would have to look at to see all what's going on back there. There's still your pine trees back there. You still see the other trees, the deciduous trees. You definitely see the clouds working back there. Um, your other mist is in there. Now, like I said, a lot of it is obscured because it's the background. Okay, but you can still see them. You still see the little scratches for the trunks back there. Then you have these trees. All right, some are snapped, some are going up. They all got their leaves in there. So different variety of trees. You still see your path. You still see your path here. You'd have to look, but you still got your trees. You got your tree shadow. They're fogged out a bit, but you still see them there. Okay, still see it. So you got a lot of stuff going on there. Okay, you got a whole bunch of stuff. Now, because of the light and the way I got the lights done, it's washed out a little bit here. Um, Actually, the whole thing's a little funky, washed out. All right, I don't have enough light positioned in certain areas. But once I take the photo, you'll see it a lot better. That's normal right there. I think I got it a little high. unfortunately, it's all aimed in that direction more than in the center because I would have to adjust adjust it differently. But I can mess with that when it's all finished. I'll deal with it then. So yeah. How many of you guys jumped out of your chair when that happened? Trust me, it's not my first rodeo. I'm pretty sure a couple of you guys screamed, "Oh no!" Once again, not my first rodeo. I've been through that before. There we go. We got a little hanger on over there. Okay. Now it got me anyway, but it's okay. What it is that I got the nails. It's sitting in front of the nails. Actually, it should be sitting this way. All right. But that's why it popped out like that. If I can force it in there. All right. Well, anyway, this one can go in there like that, and then this one there. All right. Now it's behind the nails, so it's not gonna do much. It's not going nowhere. All right. It's safely put now. When I have it in front of the nails, that's why it popped. Behind the nails, it'll be fine. Okay, but that's why I had the big Avery board, so I could just tape it there and not be concerned about that. But here you go. Here it is. I do have a frame for it. Oh, let's try the black frame, since it's like right here. All right. Anyway, in a black frame, it would somewhat look like that. I have to go backwards, so you guys can't really see that too well. There. All right, you guys see it now. This would have to be set up into the frame, so that's why you see the white edges. This like so. All right, that's what it look like in the black frame. All right. Okay. I know I keep saying I'm gonna remove the plexiglass from this. I keep saying that, but I don't do it, and I really, 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 really should, because you guys get one massive glare. You've seen the ring light and all of that, but it seems like it wants to behave itself today. So anyway, white frame or off-white frame, it looks like this. Okay, so you make a decision which one you think looks best. And like I said, these boards would fit. There's a slot in here that would fit into the frame. I really should just put this to the side so I can just take that plexiglass out of there. It's more trouble than it's worth sometimes, so I should just take it out of there. All right, no problem. Okay, I think I beat my last video by about 60 minutes. We're at 4 hours and 54 minutes. Good grief. But I hope this helped y'all in the instruction series. I knocked a few birds out with one stone. I got a path. Okay, even though you can barely see it, but there's the path there. And it comes up around here. So we got a woodsy path. You got a forest, you got trees of different varieties or whatever. We put the glow of the light in the middle instead of in front. All right. Oh, you got all sorts of things happening in the background back there, which I knew was going to be a little more obscured, but they are back there. You got the deciduous trees, you got a few of the pine trees, you got the taller trees doing their thing back there. You got the clouds in the sky. So once again, you got a lot of stuff going on. All right. showing you how to paint dark on dark using purples and your blues and put a little brown in there, whatnot, how to build it up. So each one of these were all built up, okay, um, just by happenstance in the way I was doing the two, which is the shortest area, but it's got the most focus, okay, because that's where the light is going. So we got that going on. We got different ways to do fog. We got that going on. We got linear perspective, um, which is the path, all right, in the size of the trees and whatnot. Then we got aerial perspective, which is the color. Okay, these guys are obviously darker. Um, you got, well, the lighter ones here, but they tend to get a little bit lighter as they go further back. We did the shadows. Um, we did the shadows for the trees. Okay, so we covered a whole lot of ground, and we have examples of that during each stage of the painting. So I think we're good to go as far as that's concerned. This is a very long stream. It's time for me to get up off this thing. Well, it's Monday, so I don't know who's on right now. So I guess all that's left is to do what Bruce and Sonia are pleading for me to do, and that's to sign the damn thing. They don't think I looked at their messages, but I'm looking right at them. All right, we'll put our. You know what? Nah, I'll just keep it here on the corner. I was gonna put it on the tree, but we'll use this super silver pen. We'll just put my initials right here. I really like this pen. This pen don't give you any troubles. Very, very reflective too. This pen is no joke. I like it a lot. I had it for a while. Deco color, oil base. It's an oil-based opaque metallic paint marker. That might be why. All right, I usually have the acrylic ones. This is an oil-based marker, but this sucker marks on anything for real. And I've had it for a minute. I just never really used it. All right. No, it wasn't. I wasn't. Well, of course I wasn't listening because you guys are typing. Well, of course I'm not listening. I didn't look, but eventually I was going to get to signing it. When I glanced, whoever said sign it first, I think that was Bruce. So, man, you guys are giving me all sorts of hints. Now that's funny. Madonna's yelling at me. Anthony, sign your art. You know what, guys? You guys are hilarious. But thank you. I bet it was exhausting. What kind of pen? Let's see if you guys can see it this close. Deco color. Incredible. It's a pretty darn good pen, though. Yeah, that's the brand. Deco color. Premium Prime. Primo. Yeah, I'll turn it that way. And this one's gold. So I don't know if I even have the silver one. The silver one. I may have. It might be in a bucket somewhere, but I definitely have it somewhere here where I can use it. But if I got this gold one, I'm pretty sure I have a silver one laying around. Um, No, you didn't get called out for yelling. No. But eventually, as I was running my mouth, I would have signed it. All right. Let's see. Let's do it this way, and this way, and this way. Boom. All right. I usually try to bring things back to the way I usually would have it. And you go there, my friend. There we go. All right. Of course, it's angled crazy. Well, hold on. I'll just zoom. Oops. I'll zoom it up. Yeah, this thing here has got a zoom like it's just freaking crazy. We'll go this way. All right, we're good. All right. Now I do have a light, a ceiling light that I obviously don't have on. So you guys know the deal. I'll take a pretty decent picture of this with put this back. I'll take a decent picture with it with the other camera. And I gotta find a better place for this towel. Just pop it up here. I got like 6 towels around here. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm about to sign off anyway. So I'll take a photo of it. It'll be on Instagram. It'll be on Facebook. I gotta make a thumbnail, obviously, for this extremely long video. Pack a lunch with this. See it in spurts. Sorry that it took so long. But with these, I'm gonna take my time and explain stuff. You know, if you need to do how to do whatever, you know, you can zoom it or speed it up. Go to whatever part you need assistance with. It's all there. So enough of this. I shall see you guys when I see you. One tower for each color it is, just about. What do I got? Cityscape at night, California poppies, K2, reflections in glass, reflections with stones and shallow water, a ship in rough water. I might do something with the stone reflections in shallow water, and there's a couple I could probably handle in one painting. It looks like reflections with the stones and shallow water. Sailboat, lighthouse, and a beach. We did a couple beaches. And a ship in rough water. I think I can knock a couple of those off in one painting. I'll work that out. But I think that might be, I don't know if it'll be next or not. We'll see. I really don't want to do sunrise on a farm yet. Somebody wants a still life with a reflective surface. So we got quite a few. But I know I can knock off another one with I can knock off another one with the 16 by 20. All right. Okay. Like I say, my voice is giving out. I shall see you. I shall see you guys when I see you. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you. Till next time, guys. Bye-bye.